It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing Meltzer. Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth on trial. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. Nobody's on the wall. We are the youth on wild. We call us problem child. We spend our nights on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth on wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. Nobody's on the wall. We are the youth on wild. Living wild. Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn it! Yeah!
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible, the fanatical, and the quite frank Phil Marks. Yeah. And can I get a yeah? Or how about a yeah for my sickos tonight? How about a yeah? Okay, we are live on YouTube. That's youtube.com/prowrestletimes, youtube.com/prowrestle clips. Also, we are live on X for the first time. We're trying that out. So we're streaming out to X. Shout out our X listeners, viewers, followers over at Pro Wrestle Times as well. We've got Husey coming tonight at some point. We have a big jam-packed show. We have Dynamite going head-to-head with Evolve, I believe. So I'm going to try, and I might have to do like Dynamite on my phone, Evolve on my television, I think, because it's on Tubi, right? To be or not to be. So yeah, we're going to get into all that. We have Carmella, who talked some smack about WWE, and then she walked it back seemingly. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Oh, and so we're going to dive into that. What else? What else do we got tonight? We have some allegedlys, right, that are going to come down the pipeline here.
Allegedly.
Shout out Julia Gulia for hitting me with some of the soundboard there. What else? We have tons of hot news. I want to give you guys some sickos because I keep bailing on sickos. So no matter what, I'll get into some sicko stuff. We have a bit of TNA stuff, some miscellaneous stuff, some MMA, TKO, WWE. We won't get in the nitty gritty, but some big news as it pertains to that stuff. And of course, I don't know. I have this graphic on the screen just because we're in WWE news here. There's already 154 of you watching across who knows where, but if you're on the Clips channel, we try and run those likes up to 100 over on Pro Wrestle Clips. So check it out and run the likes up over there if you're on that channel. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. What else do I got to plug? That's about it. I think that's it. I'm done Phil the shilling right now. But yeah, let's get into some stuff. Yeah, finally, some sickos. Chat saying I always check in with chat as I do. Consider if you're on YouTube becoming a YouTube member, or super chats are welcome too. And of course, yeah, that's how you support what I do. Otherwise, we're gonna get into things. Yeah, I see vintage George Capture with the X, so we get chat from X too. So that's awesome. Welcome if you're on X. Make sure you drop in the chat. I didn't know that's how it worked. It's my first time going to X as well, and I might keep doing it. I don't know. You guys let me know. Also, this is what I got to ask the PWT universe. How many nights? Okay, no. That's okay. Listen, Revolution is on Sunday. Do I do the Saturday show as usual and then do a live on Sunday, or do I just go Sunday? Sunday. I don't know. You guys tell me. Again, we like people over on YouTube, so I'll put a poll in the chat on the main channel, okay? So this is how it happens, and I'm going to ask, do you want me, PWT, to stream? And this is how we do here. If this is your first time watching or listening to PWT, we bibble babble till everyone gets in, okay? Do you want PWT to stream Saturday or Sunday for Revolution? And we'll just go Sat or Sun. And if you're on the main channel there, so I encourage, that's my way to goad people over there. Go and check out the main channel, which is Pro Wrestle Clips, and run the likes up there and vote in the poll there. So everybody knows what's up. Okay, checking in with chat really quick. Plenty in pixel art for 5 says, Phil, I ordered 2K25. When are we fighting? When does it come out?
Be gone.
I'll definitely whoop your ass. Daddy just made you his shit house bitch. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to Jimmy King you, bro. What's the status? Make sure you fucking create that guy for me, okay? And I'll download him off Community Creations. And I will rule you. No. Okay, so moving along, I'll also check in with chat real quick. Both do what you want to do. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to jump into when Husey gets in here, we're going to just hard turn right into WWE news and AEW news and whatnot. So, and there may be an allegedly, who knows, right? So whenever Husey pops in, we'll switch over to that. But for the time being, let us head over to Phil Marks Bookmarks. And yeah, you guys let me know. Do you prefer watching on X, or is it, I don't know, it's new to me. Evolution is a mystery. So here's a miscellaneous news here, and this is Ariel Helwani speaking with Mark Raymundi on the cultural impact of pro wrestling. And Mark Raymundi says, Donald Trump has been involved in wrestling since the 80s. I mean, he has studied pro wrestling. You can't tell me that some of what he has done, if not a lot of what he's done in front of crowds, does not come directly from wrestling. It's a wrestling promo. The crowd is chanting. They're bringing signs. They have the red hats. That's like the NWO shirt. That's either a really good thing or a really bad thing. They have their branding merch. Tell me that's not pro wrestling. Yeah, I mean, it's just realistically the entertainment business, B. I'm a numbers guy, B. But yeah, I just wanted to read that. We don't got to listen to Raymundi go off about that. But Homicide is to retire on March 20th. Okay, so legend of the wrestling biz. Hopefully he, has a good send-off there. Here's Natalia Markova on NWA Power hitting a missile dropkick off of a cage. We also have other breaking, big, awesome, epic, Evil Dose probably shitting his pants. NWA news that involves some WWE crossover action. We'll get to that in a bit, but here's Natalia Markova. She's really been, I think she started as a backstage interviewer type thing, and she's really just progressed as a wrestler, and it's awesome to see. But this is just a crazy spot, and she pulled it off like really well.
Now look, wait a minute. That's nuts. That is something's going on. Every opportunity you can win the match. Something's going on in that brain. You're right. Wheels are turning. Oh, Markova, this is such a dangerous position. Up top. No! Missile drop kick off the top of the cage.
A missile drop kick. That's super dangerous. Here, let's watch that again.
You're right. Wheels are turning. Oh, Markova, this is such a dangerous position. Up top. No! Missile drop kick off the top of the cage.
Wild. Yeah, shout her out. She gets the win as well, obviously. Obviously, that's the finish, guys. Chat, right? AEW, cough, cough. No. Breaking news, the Undisputed Kingdom, Matt Taven and Real Mike Bennett and Serena Deeb are all coming to MLP. Speaking of AEW, in Windsor, Ontario, on March 5th, 14 to 15. Tickets for MLP Mayhem on sale now. Check that shit out. It'll be on Triller TV as well. And yeah, they have the low-key relationship with AEW. That's kind of, if you pay attention, it's pretty high-key, actually, because yeah, so moving along. Odyssey Jones, after being released by WWE, sorry, I got a text. Odyssey Jones has confirmed that he has no harsh feelings and is open to going back to WWE if Triple H wants him back on Burn after Rolling. So where's my stoners at in Minecraft? Roll it up. If the opportunity ever comes to go back, I mean, how many people are really going to deny WWE? I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I'll never go back. They screwed me over. No, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to bet on myself. Good for him. Do you guys want to see him back or nah? You guys let me know. And that was miscellaneous news as we head over to, let's do some TNA news for a bit as well as we switch over here. So here, we'll share this tab. And yeah, how we doing tonight? Everybody's good? Here, I'm going to run a banjo for some reason. It's just been the TNA theme. So AJ Styles on we jumped ahead there. Eddie Edwards and Alicia Edwards have signed new deals with TNA. So that's good. They'll be sticking around for a while. And Moose doing the crossover stuff, which I didn't expect, as well as Fandango. And it's good that they're sticking around. Now it's just Brian Myers, right? He's sort of like the odd guy out right now. Does he go back? Is there an avenue where him and Ryder go back? But do you do that together? That might not be the move either, right? AJ Styles by Giga Chad Van Vliet here. This is via, I believe, Insight. Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet talking to AJ Styles. A great interview. Go check it out. And AJ Styles on TNA asking him to take a 60% pay cut. Bro, a 60% fucking pay cut.
You what?
Insane. That is absolutely insane. And I mean, they sort of like, I don't want to say they fumbled him, obviously, like we got him in WWE out of it, but it's a slap in the face, you know? And I guess this is in hindsight as well, but let's react to this here. AJ Styles, they asked him for a 60. This is the face of TNA. Like the one guy you say, dude, he is a TNA guy. Yeah, he traveled around and all that, but TNA is where he fucking made his name and laid his claim in the business. And boom, dude, they asked him 60% pay cut. And then he goes to WWE and Vince is like, squash that little bastard. And then he just surpasses everyone's expectations. WWE champion, all that. Such a great story.
Was something happening at TNA in that point of time? Because think about it. You left in 2016. Bobby Roode left in 2016. Kurt Angle left in 2016. I think some other people as well. What was going on at that point?
They hired Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff, and I believe Eric was trying to do the right thing to see where we're at, you know, as far as getting people more eyes on us, that we're growing. And unfortunately, it didn't work out the way it was supposed to. You know, we lost a lot of money. I think I was kind of pissed at Hogan at the time because I was like, why does he talk about TNA? You know, why does he not helping us? Why he's not advertising at all? His book or whatever it is he was writing at the time and the shows that he never talked about TNA. I was pissed. But I now realize, I think he was embarrassed. It was embarrassing to him to talk about that. So he did it. And
damn, shooting hard, dude. I didn't listen to this before.
You know, I think Dixie was trying to do some things and it was just they keep butting heads. So it just kind of fell apart. And when it fell apart, they lost a lot of money. When they lost a lot of money, they expected me to take a pay cut. You know, my contract was up. And
is that number right? 60% pay cut?
It was.
60% pay cut for a guy who's been there 12 years.
And has done nothing but good work there.
You were the face of TNA.
And they didn't say they were going to, well, the dates are not going to be as many. They didn't say that either.
Oh, 60% less dates. You'd be like, all right.
Plus the same amount of travel and everything. And then, so I was like, it was one of those things. I was like, man, this ain't right. On principle alone, I can't be here anymore. You know, and I think they
yeah, for real. Who doesn't agree with AJ Styles, one of the WWE goats there? Speaking of ledges, yeah, so Chavo Guerrero Jr. is coming to TNA Impact in El Paso. And then AJ Styles wants to make a one-off return to TNA. So hopefully we see that happen. Another thing I want to see happen is my guy Husey. Hello, come and join us on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for fucking Husey.
Ahoy. So interesting about that AJ Styles thing, because I remember hearing that Hogan's TNA contract was like $2 million a year.
Yeah.
At a time when in their greatest year ever, they'd only ever made $700,000 in profit.
Yeah.
So they were immediately in massive debt because of Hogan. And then other people like Angle and Sting were like, he's getting what? Then I want $1 million.
Yeah.
So, which is a thing that's going on in other places where if somebody's getting a big contract, then everybody wants it, which is why in the E-Drone company, they're not giving out the big paydays anymore or as often.
Well, you know what they say, Husey.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So,
Yeah,
gotta do your thing, right?
I'd be pretty pissed off if I paid for a hoe and Mercedes Monet turned up.
Would you?
Yeah, I'd say, excuse me, it specifically says in the brochure that you have an arse. Where is it?
Not what you're expecting, huh?
Yeah, I don't want an arse that I could snort coke off or play cards on.
Right.
Cunt.
Husey wants someone to show up and do him like Jade Cargill did Naomi in the chamber there.
I would let her give me AIDS, stage 5 AIDS,
You
just so that I
what?
could even. I said AIDS.
Well, not U.S. AIDS, because that might cause a controversy. Anyways, we're getting off the rails here. Let's jump into some WWE news. Now, before we get into what I have on deck here, I know, Husey, he likes to drop some
Allegedly.
on us, right? That's on the soundboard. And so you have an allegedly for us, right? I mean, what do you got cooking here?
Okay, so allegedly, and this will be in Keeping It 100 this week. It just was added in the clips nary 20 minutes ago. Allegedly, there's hate on Jacob Fatu.
Okay.
So if you, of course, the new video game is out, and a lot of people are complaining, myself included, that his model is nothing what he looks like now. Because when he came in, he was 50 pounds lighter, and he was really cut and ripped.
Yeah.
But he has since put almost all the weight back on, and the muscularity's gone and stuff. Allegedly, Bruce Pritchard and even the Usos have all complained about Jacob Fatu.
The Usos? What?
And apparently Roman Reigns has complained about it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but Conan says as long as you've got Triple H having your back, then you're okay. But allegedly there's heat on him, and to be fair, Jacob has put a lot of weight on over the past year. But at the same time, Conan made the point, which people will hear this week on the show.
Conan!
When Jacob signed with WWE, he had not ever been making big money on the indie scene.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a bunch of kids, and he also has time off, so he can say to the kids, hey, I'm making, I don't know, just throwing it out, just like $300,000 a year. Let's go out and get some dinner. Let's go out and we'll have a pizza party. You can have your kids, your friends over, all this shit. We can, live the fun life. So that is an allegedly that I heard quite a few minutes ago.
Now, one of the allegedlys that you heard as well that I read off, and shut OK100, but I read off on the show, right?
Allegedly.
Was that this was before the match was even announced, was that Rhea Ripley will drop the belt to Io Sky on Raw after Chamber so that they can set up the triple threat. You told me all that shit a while ago. So again, folks, like if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, well, we're not fucking dirt sheets over here, right? But with Husey, right? He's heard the stuff, and so that if there is heat, so what is the heat on? Like the fact he's getting. Like, what is it about? Like, he has an attitude or something? I don't know. Is that entirely clear or?
Well, I'm not too sure, but apparently he passed out backstage at a Saturday night's main event show.
Gee, like, what?
Yeah, when he wrestled Strowman?
Yes.
Apparently he, after the match, Jacob passed out.
What?
Yeah.
Because he was tired?
Probably. It's pretty. I hope they push him because, like, if you ask me, I think he's ready now.
Yeah, me too. He's good to go. I love him. You can pull the trigger on him. I want to see him beat Solo, then beat Roman. Even I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty crazy though. If there is heat on him. So what, are the Tongans cool with them or what?
I don't think they even matter. By the way, can you believe that Tonga Loa in his debut year got the cover of the video game?
crazy. That's got to
the
be
greatest of
and
all
debut as Loa as well. Like, we get it. Yeah, he was in WWE as like Camacho or whatever back in the day, but he didn't make the cover as Camacho. Tonga Loa comes into WWE, graces the cover of 2K25. Pretty crazy. He is the GOAT.
Yeah, if I'm getting that game, is it tomorrow or Friday? He's immediately winning every title in the game.
Yeah. And he'll do it injured somehow as well. Okay. Dude, do you have any other allegedlys, or that's the big one? You're always coming with heat here, Husey.
Well, I did hear about the one of the reasons why the Ripley thing happened. Allegedly, it's like, and by the way, she is like zero hate. She's not got any bad reputation at all.
Yeah.
But her problem, in air quotes, is that she's so popular and so over with the fans, is that they can never turn her heel. Well, not never, but like, she'll not be a heel for like within the next 2 years. Because like, why would you mess with this merch machine?
Yeah.
The problem she has is she's so physically bigger than every other heel on the roster that when she's champion, there's nobody really for her to work with, like, unless she wrestles Nia Jax all the time. So the money for her is in chasing the belt as a face.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why the AO thing happened. And plus, AO's fucking great. Like, she's really become popular like, over the last year. Like, the Marks love her there, man. So so that's in this triple threat. It's a way to put them all in a match, while potentially, just my opinion, that she would if the Rock and John Cena are going to have a third person, my prediction is Bianca Belair.
Okay.
Because she hasn't been a heel yet on the main roster.
Right.
It would maybe explain her jealousy attack on Jade Cargill, that she want, like the same way Cena attacked Cody. They all want the top spot.
Well, Jade attacked Naomi, and it's still confusing. Like, who's the babyface? And here, not in like a bad way confusing. You're just kind of wondering, like, who's really the babyface and who's really the heel here, you know? So it's kind of interesting that way.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Disco, God bless him and his nose, he's kind of backtracking, or he's going to be backtracking a lot, where he's the guy who specifically has been the loudest saying, oh, the build to WrestleMania is shit. They're not doing anything. It's like, but they have. It's just it's just that you people expected it all at once. Like, why isn't the entire card for WrestleMania announced immediately at the Bad Blood pay-per-view? It's like,
exactly,
because they had to build a load of other shows first. Look at how huge Elimination Chamber was before that ending happened. They did, and now everybody can't wait for WrestleMania. Like, so I just say, just sit back and enjoy the show, and stop analyzing everything. And if Jade Cargill's listening, I put the anal in analyze.
Well, yeah, guys, quit analyzing shit. Well, Husey, do you want to analyze some WWE news with me here? Some headlines that are going.
Love to.
So here's what Seth Rollins has to say on this new WWE podcast with Sam Roberts. You a fan
of Sam Roberts? Absolutely not. I fucking hate him and have hated him for years. Sam Roberts, you bald piece of shit.
And Megan Morant. And I was like, yo, these two have the chemistry of fucking Elon Musk and Bob Lazar in a church. But they're interviewing Seth Rollins here, and he has to cut a promo on Punk. Let's take a look.
What is it about Punk that makes you hate him so much?
I mean, look at... And every word that Seth says about Punk, just picture Husey saying it about Sam Roberts, too.
Yeah, I mean, look at the guy. Think about it. So Anthony Cumia is going back to AM radio.
Crazy, yeah.
While Sam Roberts is hosting a show, the morning show on Sirius. It's fucking disgusting. I hate Sam Roberts. He's a devious piece of shit.
Is Jim Norton not on that show anymore?
No, Jim Norton has now left, and he does a podcast with his wife who has a penis.
His wife. Yeah. Oh, good for him.
He is
good for her and him, I guess.
hypocrite. If the world is going to sit there and talk about, oh, listen to all these wonderful, great things he said about, this John Cena and the decision he made at the Rumble and The Rock, Dwayne, dude, you've done everything and more that you're accusing these guys of. You're a coward. You're a fraud. You gave on your dream to main event WrestleMania years ago. I mean, we don't have to go through all the things that he did in his time away before he came back. I've told this story a million times, and the fact that he has the gall.
So, Husey, is the match just Seth versus Punk? Like, that's the one I want to see. I guess we're getting it in a cage at Madison Square Garden on Monday. But, like, goddamn, that means the WrestleMania has to be like a triple threat if they're just doing Punk and Seth in a cage this Monday,
Yeah, like that's. I can see this match on Monday being, what's the old term, the bait and switch? Where they're not going to really have the cage match. They're going to do the entrance. They're going to have like a big pull-apart brawl. And then I'm assuming that's when Roman's music kicks in and he goes after... the way I could see it happening is it'll be very groundbreaking and original. Where he goes to spear Seth and Seth moves and then Punk gets speared. So then Seth does the curb stomp on Roman and
the fucking Hitchcock of wrestling angles here, right?
Yeah, and then at Mania they'll have the triple threat and it'll be revealed that whatever the favor was. So maybe Heyman turns on Roman and maybe it's Punk as a heel with Heyman against Roman for a while. I'm guessing.
It's weird how Roman's like the odd guy out of WrestleMania this year, no?
It's his own fault, and I don't know if you've mentioned this on the show, but Disco said on Keeping 100 from a good source that Roman has 10 dates left in his contract. Should I say contracted dates in 2025? So I don't know if that means 10 matches or literally they can only use him 10 more times. But it's fucking insane. And the problem with Roman is he's working a part-time schedule at a time when WWE has a shitload of stars.
Right.
So it's not like when Brock Lesnar would turn up every 2 or 3 months and they had nobody. It's Brock. So when Brock came back, we used to think, oh, thank fuck, this is going to be great. Yeah. But now with Roman's taking time off and being forgotten about, like, look at how much Io Sky has grown in popularity since the fucking Royal Rumble. Even just that. I think that Roman, unless WWE offers him an insane amount of money, I think that they're going to have to maybe sort of try to scale him out of plans because this part-time shit is stupid, especially when they're not even really doing house shows anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like, God damn it, we don't even, I don't know. There's like small towns and shit that, not small, but like cities, towns, right? That are like outside of the big city where you could wait and get a show. Now you're like, fuck, now I have to fork over for Raw or whatever, Not that you don't want to support it, but it's like, God damn it. Dude, how many years did we wait for this shit to get hot again? You know what I mean? Fucking give me a show. We deserve shows that are a little fucking cheaper sometimes, even Raws and shit. This economy is going crazy. But
with Roman, the problem is so many people in his absence are rising up to the point that when Roman then does come back, people think, ugh, because it's like, oh, here he comes to take the top spot. To take it's so I think that there could be a legitimate fan backlash starting against Roman sooner than later because, like, it's almost weird. And well, do you ever remember me telling you the original plan for Mania 41?
Yeah, well, I just remember you saying that like Cody Rhodes did actually go into business for himself a bit like that.
So it was supposed to be Roman was supposed to wrestle Rock last year, beat him. Cody was supposed to wrestle Rollins last year and beat him for the Raw belt. And then 41 was supposed to be the unification of Cody going over Roman. I think that Roman's better off as a heel because him coming back as a face, it's like when you've got the Uba Boogalooga necklace or whatever it's called.
The Ulafala?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Jesus.
Yeah. So he's got the sparkly necklace thing back. Yeah. So it's just like, well, then you should have hit the ground running.
Yeah.
But when you do a big turn like that, like I have predict that Roman gets booed at WrestleMania by the fans, regardless.
And it's a triple threat though: Roman, Seth, Punk.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be that as well.
And for me, and I know like Rollins obviously is great, but for me the interest is in Punk versus Reigns because not that we haven't seen it before, but it's been fucking over 12 years
12
since
years
they
or
wrestled.
11 years or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer that, but then again, this WrestleMania build is weird. Like
it is weird.
So what they have, 6 or 7 matches per night, and unless they do like a 10-man fucking US title match from SmackDown, there's going to be a lot of people pissed off backstage.
You think?
Oh yeah, like. Well, I have no idea what Jimmy Uso is going to do at WrestleMania.
Jimmy Uso, yeah, no doubt. Do you think Yeah, you're right, because it's going to be Yeetamania. He's going to come out and celebrate with Jay and all of that and just have a good moment. And then they'll try and get Jimmy over next year, as in like WWE's year, Mania to Mania.
But even at that, because it's like on SmackDown, so they seem to have Drew McIntyre versus LA Knight going, that get dropped. Then they went with I've remembered another allegedly that I can tell you.
Oh, so, shit. Okay, another allegedly here. Now hold on, guys. Okay.
So and then they started doing Drew versus Jimmy on SmackDown, and that's been dropped now.
Why are all these angles getting dropped, Husey? What's up with that?
No, I think simply they've so many ideas going and not enough time. But so allegedly, and to be honest, I could see this not happening because of the time. There had been talk of doing a Logan Paul versus Bad Bunny tag team match.
Okay.
And allegedly, an idea that had been thrown about was Priest and Bunny against McIntyre and Logan Paul.
Oh, like I'd love that, dude. Or like even a heel LA Knight and Logan Paul, even though they feuded a bit, you know. But he's like that Hollywood guy. If LA Knight went heel and but he's so over. But again, and maybe that's why John Cena as a heel works too, because you have a lot of big baby faces right now. But yeah, I love that McIntyre and Paul versus Bad Bunny and Priest. That would be amazing, dude.
But then with all that stuff, like Priest, with Bad Bunny, I don't know what his routine is, because I remember being told by somebody that a while ago there was plans for like a big mega show where it was going to be Ray against Roman, who was still a heel, and Bad Bunny against Dominic Mysterio in like a Mexican stadium show.
Right.
But and I can also say that someone was allegedly supposed to be part of this Chad Gable in Mexico story, but he was out dealing with an illness for a while, allegedly.
Okay, so just hold on. So yeah, folks, and make sure you listen to K100 as well, okay? You know what I'm saying? Because make sure you show them love. Husey puts in work over there. But listen, Husey, okay, now if we're alleging stuff, everybody's like, well, it's obviously Ray Phoenix. And I'm like, I don't think it's that obvious that it's Ray Phoenix. I think it could be something else or someone else, or who knows. But it would make sense. That would be something where you go, all right, you could use that. But now we've heard the stories like, with LWO and then Legato and then sort of like where they were going with that and what like Penta's original allegedly plans may have been when he's getting booked or whatever. However, what is it like? What do you think about it now? If you had to guess, or maybe like whatever have you heard or something, like what is this whole angle? What's in the box? Is it Rey Fenix? That seems very last second for them to whip that vignette up. But with WWE right now, they just do shit on a whim. Well, if you ask the dirt sheets, I think they're 10 steps ahead of everything. And that's what makes me not think that's what makes me think rather it's not Phoenix. You know what I mean? Well, so who is it? Or if you booked it, or have you heard anything?
Well, I haven't heard who it is, but a rumor I'd heard was that Chad Gable was going to get hair plugs put in.
Like for real?
For real, and
Jesus.
it wouldn't shock me if he actually wrestled in a lucha mask for a little while just to let the plugs settle in.
Oh, and then the dude just gave him a mask to wear, so it's not even like what he got was just a mask, and he's gonna go learn lucha, but it's not a person necessarily. It's like he's just got to wear this mask till his head heals or something. Is that what it is, Husey? I didn't expect you to say that at all, dude.
Yeah, that's what I think it would be in the actual reasons. So if he starts wearing a mask, because it's like I remember they did that thing with Kurt Angle when his hair just started falling out, and they're right out of the blue. They're like, okay, hair versus hair match. And they're like, wait, what? Like.
Yeah. So why don't they do hair versus like mask or something like that instead of hair plugs that he's hiding them?
Yeah, I'm sure. But then if you look at Bruce Springsteen, he's unbelievable hair plugs. Like some of them are worth it.
Oh man, Husey, that I didn't expect you to say that at all. That's insane. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be Phoenix that Gable's linking up with, at least in my opinion. But yeah, Rollins calls Punk a fraud and a coward. We have Natty Neidhart, so she is making appearances for both Josh Barnett's Bloodsport 13, which we covered on the last show, GCW, but also, dude, she's wrestling in the Crockett Cup in fucking NWA. How insane is that? I'm so excited. And NWA, they were really good at the start, like when they returned with that power show on YouTube. Then it fell off. They lost a lot of their guys. And then now they're sort of coming back. I mean, they had the one dude, the sinister minister sniffing cocaine with cheerleaders in the fucking crowd during that one show, which was ridiculous. But and they got kind of fucked over with the pandemic, and then like their big reveal was Marty Scurll, and then the whole like wrestlers speaking out thing happened or whatever, and then like Marty Scurll kind of got like semi-canceled, and so that was like their big reveal that they were building up to, and then NWA started kind of fucking up from there, and then AEW really took off. But yeah, to see Natty going on these side quests and doing GCW and being a part of a Crockett Cup, Natty Neidhart, like in the history books. And I think that's really cool. Now, we know that Billy Corgan and NWA, like they've been trying their asses off to, and we're going to see Natty and TNA. I called that so long ago. We're seeing that 100%, just so y'all know, not to play spoiler. But anyways, though, we know NWA's been trying their ass off to get WWE to like acknowledge them or cross over or whatever. Billy Corgan's talked about it. If you follow him, he's, they just tag WWE. They make plays at it. Natty's here. Now NWA is not WWE ID or anything like that. Not that they should take that title. They're more, if I was them, I'd make a play to be like, yeah, we'll develop people like TNA, which is what Billy Corgan's thrown out there in the past as well. Like, hey, we could be one of these developmental type places. But what do you make of this? Like, is this how you keep, like, Natty doesn't have a spot on Mania, Husey. So I'm saying, well, they can go work TNA and WWE and NWA, and they can go wrestle shows that are surrounding WrestleMania and shit like that, do blood sports. Like, is that enough to keep some of these talent happy? Natalia's out there on assignment. Is that enough to keep someone? I mean, she's a WWE for lifer, obviously. We know that. But, like, let's say you're someone like who's a name? Like, let's say Asuka wasn't injured, but she was just had nothing for Mania. Is sending her to do Bloodsport or do NWA or do a big TNA show around WrestleMania, is that enough to keep them happy, do you think? Or is that bullshit?
Well, speaking of TNA, look at the size of her tits in that photograph. My God. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yes. Oh, my God.
But yeah, I'm
my
just
God.
completely distracted. Like what a set of milkers, my God. But yeah, I have no idea why they extended her contract. Like, why would they keep her around with the Rays? She's not doing anything to help them. Like literally on Raw, her role on Raw was she was walking backstage with what's her name, Maxine Dupree.
Yeah. She's gonna start training Alpha Academy or whatever now, I think.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So yeah, like I have no idea why. I would say let her go work elsewhere. They don't need her.
Okay, so you're just like cut her entirely. But what do you think about, is this enough to keep people happy? Like, you're on a WWE contract. She's coaching NXT talent. Tyson Kidd's there as a producer and training people, da-da-da-da. And they're looking at Natty as like, you're going to train the future. You don't have a spot on Mania. Let's say you're Chelsea Green. You don't have a spot on Mania, but they're like, oh, go do a GCW show with Cardona or something. Is that enough to keep her happy and be like, okay, I guess I'm not on Mania, but at least I'm in WWE and I'm on TV and I get to, is that enough, or is that not enough?
No way.
Okay,
no way.
All right.
Like, if they don't have Chelsea Green on WrestleMania, people are going to be really pissed off.
Right.
Like, I think she's one of the best things they have.
Well, who's her match for Mania then, while we're on the topic?
Probably Bailey.
Okay.
Because that's all I can think of that's left is mid-card title matches.
So, okay, we have Jon Stewart. People are like, yo, wrestling's mainstream again. We got Jon Stewart. I mean, he's always had ties with the WWE or whatever. But Meltzer said what the GOAT says. When I just heard that Jon Stewart had done a segment on The Daily Show about the Cena heel turn, I totally forgot that Stewart cost Cena the title against Seth at SummerSlam in 2015. Do you guys remember that? You remember that, Husey? I'm sure you remember that. Chat, I'm sure you all remember that. But Jon Stewart fucking cost Cena out of nowhere. He like heel turned and helped Seth win the belt. What were you going to say, Husey?
Yeah, I remember him getting the attitude adjustment move, and then Jon Stewart immediately covered up his beer gut instead of just selling it. Fat bastard.
Here we go. Here's Jon Stewart and some random guys. I don't know who these guys are on the left, but they're and there. This is The Daily Show. And yeah, let's watch this segment. Here we go.
The best way that I can explain what happened and show Americans how to process this new reality was with another shocking turn of events from this weekend.
On Saturday night at the Elimination Chamber, the WWE shocked the world as John Cena turned heel, joined The Rock, and attacked Cody Rhodes.
Now,
are you a Jon Stewart fan these days? I used to stay up. I would stay up late. I'd watch Chappelle's show and I'd watch The Daily Show right after. That was like every night.
No, the older I've gotten, I've grown to really dislike preachy liberals.
Fair enough.
Fuck, and also he's only doing this because his acting career failed. So fuck him. No Big Daddy 2 for Jon Stewart.
Was that going to be a thing? Yeah, he was like a bit part in that.
Yeah, and he was in. Do you remember The Faculty?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that as one of the killer teachers, but yeah, he's full of shit. He's only.
Yeah, I just watched that the other day. I watched that at Halloween time, brother. What about he was also super funny in Jane Silent Bob Strike Back, where he's like riffing with Will Ferrell on the news, and he's like,
I used to work for Kevin Smith, you know.
Yeah. Oh, when you put yourself over there, no, for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know, it's funny. My mom actually messaged me about this. The Cena turning heel.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
she said, "Is it really a bad guy now?" And I said, "It was fucking amazing. I will show you it once I get out of jail."
And we fucked it up. You were trying to come into the live shows Meltzer, and I like kicked you. It was stupid. We should have it was so dumb. That would have been such a good bit. But yeah, let's hear what Jon Stewart has to say.
If that does not immediately explain to you our current geopolitical climate, you must have grown out of watching wrestling through the normal course of aging. I, on the other hand, understand this in my bones.
You know how the crowd's laughing? Like, I have some friend, like, I know, like, I'll say a guy, you know, but it's more than one person who, like, they get paid $60. So you go sit on set of these shows and just laugh at whatever the host says and clap. And that's a whole job in Hollywood. Not to hate on him, but I don't know. I'm not listening to his whole fucking spiel there. But yeah, it's getting mainstream again. Even Jon Stewart's talking about it again after he had to take over the fucking Daily Show from Trevor Noah. What were you going to say there, Husey?
But what used to piss me off about his show was how he would crack up laughing so much while doing it. It's like, but you've rehearsed this all day. Like, this is probably the 16th time today that you've said this joke. Yeah, what are you laughing at, you dickhead?
So you don't like when like stand-ups laugh at their shit?
No, it's fake. Nobody's funny except for Chelsea Green.
Great. So per TKO president Mark Shapiro, WWE is keen to renew its premium live event deal with Peacock, which is set to expire next year. No Netflix PLEs for U.S. fans. So pay-per-views are in the U.S. are going to stay on Peacock. What do you think about that, Husey?
I think that's amazing business for them. We get everything on Netflix.
Me too. Yeah.
But basically, next year, for the pay-per-views alone, they're going to be in a legitimate $1 billion bidding war. Because there's so much business coming in from it that they're going to be like, well, fuck it. Like, and plus, people forget that the Netflix deal is for Raw only.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine how much else they could get for WrestleMania.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for them. And also, what I think is that Netflix is waiting they want the UFC at the end of this year. So their TV deal is up at the end of the year. And then the UFC and TKO, which we're going to talk about here, UFC, WWE, TKO, it's Nick Khan and what's his face? Who's the other guy? God damn it. And Dana White, are going to run this new boxing league, and the Saudis are like footing the bill for everything. And the
thing, I'm a big boxing mark, and I think it's amazing what the Saudis have done for boxing.
Me too.
For boxers, but they're also killing the sport. Like a boxer in a year now can make well over $70 to $80 million if they fight 3-4 times.
Yeah.
Why would they keep going?
I mean, it's hard because you're going to have to find more of those outliers like Floyd Mayweather's who can wake up in the silk sheets, like they say, and then still get up and run their ass off and want to fight for some reason. You're going to get more of those guys in the long run with that. That's all that means, I think. But
like there was a guy about 2-3 weeks ago who was a replacement fighter called Martin Okoli or something like that.
Yeah.
He had 48 hours notice. Accepted the fight, came to Saudi Arabia, had the fight, get knocked out within the second round, and he gets $7 million for that.
Yeah, that's like Ben Askren. That's why when people say shit like, "Oh, Jake Paul, it's not a rigged fight," but here's the thing: when you get Ben Askren, who's had a hip replacement and is a wrestler, and you say, "Hey, let me fight you. We'll give you like $2 million or whatever. We'll give you $1 million in pay-per-view, half pay-per-view points or whatever the fuck." And then Askren goes out there and he's like, "Yeah, I didn't train for this at all. I just had a hip replacement." Like, and then he just gets knocked out in 1 second. I mean, you're basically throwing a fight. You know what I mean? That's more or less what that is a rigged fucking fight. You know it's going to happen.
And I don't blame them, but this boxing thing, I honestly, I can't see it not working. Because
it's going to be awesome. It's going to be good. And like the matchmaking, Dana White's the best at making the fights that people want to see. Nick Khan is a brilliant businessman rather. And then if you have the Saudis footing the bill for everything, and to bring it back to this Peacock news, what I think is and Netflix rather, is that Netflix is just waiting it out a bit. They want to make sure they can get UFC, and then I think they want to even try and get that boxing, maybe even as a part of the deal or whatever, because it's new, right? And so, and then I think they'll sit back and then make a play at the pay-per-views, because for them it hurts them none. Like all over the world, other than the US, I'm sure you have millions tuning in to see WrestleMania this year. You know, all over the world on Netflix alone. So it's good for both parties right now, I feel like.
Yeah, if I'm WWE, John Cena's not wrestling until Mania. Well, that's hardly a hot take.
Yeah.
And to see the day, and I know you can't really build up WrestleMania by keeping Cena off SmackDown. But if I was them, I would try to save Cena's big debut for WrestleMania. The numbers will be fucking enormous.
Yeah. Okay, so moving along here. Becky Lynch tweeted this out, then deleted it. This was after Raw, and you know, there was some venom spit. Seth and Punk, we covered it a moment ago. They're just going back and forth, and I really just want these two to fight one-on-one at WrestleMania, pal. But Becky Lynch tweeted out, catching up on Raw, I don't think I'm the one who needs to come get my man, because Punk was like, Becky, come get your man, or whatever the fuck. And I guess someone pointed out that Roxanne Perez and CM Punk were wearing matching gear. They have like burgundy or maroon colored gear, like with the black or whatever. And I guess they're wearing matching gear. And then Becky Lynch is saying, yeah, like, I don't think I'm the one who needs to come get my man. Then she deleted it. Now, some people are like, oh, it's because it's sloppy shop, bad for business, bullshit. I don't think it's because that. I just think that WWE's still in the business of, like, okay, don't say that because everyone's going to think you're coming to Mania or some shit. Or maybe she is coming to Mania and it kind of spoils that a bit. Or do you think it's because it's sloppy shop and they're like, what the fuck?
I just think that's kind of maybe she deleted that because they were like, that's a little stiff for a wrestling storyline.
Yeah, and like that implies a bunch of shit. Roxanne's boyfriend is on that one reality show. Punk has a wife. It makes it it's kind of shitty. I feel like it's more of a like a personal dig. It goes a little deep to imply that, especially when all the sickos are always talking about online. Why is Punk fucking all the girls in NXT and everything like that? And if he is or isn't, man, that's between him and them. But just her lending credence to it, I think, would be more why it got deleted. But I don't think it's like sloppy shop. If anything, people are like, oh my god, Seth and AJ versus Punk and Becky, and that's like what's in my head. Make that fucking match. That'd be awesome for Mania.
Yeah, and all the shit behind the scenes of the affairs and the fucking and the Vince stuff. They're probably just like, just don't joke up like that type of shit. But that being said, Punk doesn't do himself any favors. Like, he spent a lot of time hanging out with Roxanne Perez over the Elimination Chamber weekend. So like they're likely just talking shit and saying, oh, Daredevil looks fucking amazing, all this stuff. But at the same time, he should know better. And at this day and age with these marks, that they're going to try to come up with any type of made up shit.
Yeah. Well, we know Punk likes trolling him, but I don't think that's what happened here with that. I think it's what you said, Daredevil. They're both like comic book marks. Daredevil's just coming out. And also, we saw that on another show. I think it was AEW, right? Where what had happened? Chat will remind me, but I think there was like one. I remember. Brian Cage was dressed as Wolverine, and then Sammy Guevara came out dressed as Wolverine. And Dustin Rhodes was Deadpool, and it was like, hey, two Wolverines on the same show. Becky, you wore the same outfit as me, you know? Jesus Christ. So that's what Roxanne and Punk did here.
Yeah, and I can happily confirm that episode 1 of the new Daredevil is unbelievable.
Well, no spoilers, please. I'm going to watch the whole goddamn thing. Phil Marks Out channel coming soon, by the way, Husey. You'll have to come review and do some shit with me over there.
Definitely.
Yeah,
but the thing about I'd heard for a while allegedly that the plan was supposed to be Andrade and Charlotte against Seth and Becky Lynch,
Wow,
But then,
that would have been fun too.
But then obviously shit happened and all. But she. But
Oh
then
no, what happened?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, I think they had some type of an Electra level fallout. Speaking of Daredevil.
There you go.
Yeah,
Right
but
back.
but then it also heard that Lyra versus Becky Lynch was planned, but I can't see them being able to bring Becky in at this stage and build it up, and it may just have people rolling their eyes, going, "Oh, here's another part timer coming in, taking up the top spots like fucking Charlotte Flair and all this shit." So I would say maybe Becky should just sit this one out.
Well, speaking of part-timer in the top spot, the new WWE GOAT, a real shooter, Travis Scott, meets up with Triple H here in Gorilla after he slapped the shit out of Cody Rhodes.
How fun's that?
Bro. This might be better than like low key or porn, bro. It was like a whole nother vibe. Yo, it was so crazy because it was like in the ring, I was like, oh dog, I think we about to be like straight bad guys. And like hit me. And I was like, oh, it's about to hit.
Hey, wait till you hit that, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I already seen it just off of that little rip. I'm like, no, it get real. I'm already hooked. I'm going back to the H. Man, tonight? What? I'm going to the ring tomorrow. What you talking about? I'm about to build a ring in all the cribs. I don't think y'all know. Yo, my goodness. Come on. Oh, baby. Crazy. Right? Crazy. Come on.
So a lot of people didn't get Travis Scott. What did you make of him being there? I liked it. I thought it was good. They were holding Cody Rhodes down, and he was throwing in sucker shots that he'd never fucking do man-to-man, face-to-face. And again, he's an upper echelon, elite, high-level fucking celebrity. So it just sort of makes sense for their crew or whatever, I guess. And we know Cena's going to do a fucking rap song with him again for his heel theme. So like, because he does that whenever they work with Khalifa, right? That was in like 2015. They worked with Wiz Khalifa for the video game. Cena went and recorded tracks with him. I don't think he was still making music then even. You know, I think he quit making music way before then. So you know he's going to do that, make a new heel theme and all that probably. But what do you think of Travis Scott's involvement in WWE and this interaction with Triple H back here?
I get that he's popular and all that stuff, but I think he is a pillar of dog shit musically. He's fucking like that music he has. It was where he just goes fiend. It's just like, listen, I'm 40. I remember when Tupac had a debut single. I remember when Wu-Tang were these up and comers on the scene. I remember when fucking California Love was debuted. Like I despise modern hip hop, and I'm an old school hip hop nut.
Yeah.
And the way Travis Scott gets on with the incense and all that stuff, like he's fucking. I thought he was on. I don't know if I could say it on YouTube, but I thought he was on uppers.
Okay, like he
in that ring, because you could see Rock saying to him, "Hold Cody down so they could whip him." So instead, Travis immediately goes over and lifts Cody up by the throat like that, and it's like, "Are you a dumb fuck? What are you doing?" And by the way, I love getting stoned. Anybody that walks through a crowd smoking weed while there's kids there,
yeah,
is
that's
an asshole.
Yeah.
So fuck him and his girl hair. And
I agree too, and I enjoy myself the marijuana as well, dude. But yeah, you can't just walk through a crowd with kids smoking weed. That's crazy to do.
Yeah, like if somebody was walking through a crowd drinking a beer and they spilt it on a kid, you would say, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Exactly.
You go, "Oh yeah, I'm a slob," while this cunt is smoking weed in a kid's face. But he is.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see.
Apparently, he is wrestling at WrestleMania. I have no idea who against.
I don't care. I don't want him to have a match. I just want him to come out and be like a sucker punching little bitch and then get his receipt. I just feel like the crowd's gonna erupt when Cody Rhodes backhands his ass, pimp slaps him at WrestleMania. Yeah. That'd be fucking amazing.
Unless they do, maybe that would be the Jimmy Uso match, Jimmy Uso against Travis Scott. But that's just only because I can't think of or predict anything for it.
No, he needs someone who could really carry him through that shit. And not hating on Jimmy, but I mean, come on. We saw him and his brother wrestle, and clearly his brother wasn't at last Mania. And it not that Jimmy can't wrestle, but Jay is clearly not the problem there when him and Jimmy. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Sky's been a YouTube member for 6 months. Let's fucking go.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Guys, consider becoming a YouTube member or sign up on Patreon or hitting like or hit dislike. Hit fucking retweet. We're on X for this one. I don't know if I'm going to go on X every show, but maybe here and there. Maybe like every other one or every something. I don't know. We'll try it out. We'll see how it goes. But make sure you're running those likes up. What's that?
Yeah, I think it would be good, seeing as it's WrestleMania season, if someone gifted memberships as well.
Yeah, you can gift memberships too, and they hopefully our biggest haters or some of our biggest fans who don't have them. They're 99 cents. You can support what I do. Hit the like, leave a comment, spit at your computer screen. Just let me know you care, okay? So EO Sky comments on winning the WWE Women's World Championship. Now, again, Husey, you said the shit before they ever said Rhea versus EO for the world title on the Raw After Chamber. You said it, right? And allegedly, you're like, allegedly. And then you were fucking spot on. So, and I didn't see that coming, but it made a lot of sense. And yeah, you have a triple threat. Bianca, EO, Rhea Ripley for the world title. You called it. EO wins. The visual we got at the end of the women's chamber was those three standing there. And you couldn't help but think, well, it's going to be a triple threat at Mania. Like I knew right then you called it. And so brilliant shit. I don't know. I really like EO. She's super over. Rhea's awesome too. I know the match doesn't need it. Like it doesn't need Rhea versus Bianca can hold its own. However, EO is there and she's super over. And like Husey said earlier, with the limited fucking matches, you gotta fit EO. Like, why not have all three of them? You can do singles next year, or like next year. Whenever I say year, folks, and we're talking about Mania season, we're talking WrestleMania to Mania, WWE calendar years here, okay? We operate on 2 different years when you're a fucking sicko or a wacko or whatever. But yeah, dude, you can do singles matches down the line, and we've already seen iterations of them. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she leaves. I don't think EO leaves Mania as champion, though. I think Bianca does. No.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Bianca wins and turns heel in the process. Because in this way, you can protect Ripley while also setting up a new series of Belair versus Sky matches with the roles reversed from before.
Right.
Like I think, and this is going to sound like a AEW mark, a sicko, but I think this is going to be the best match at WrestleMania. I think they're going to do something brilliant.
Yeah, some people are saying, oh, they can't have triple threats for shit. And they're either trolling or I don't know, man. I think, yeah, this match will be really good. EO is just, I think, all around. If you like in-ring action, to me, I think you could argue she's the best in the world at like just getting across to the crowd while also like, doing an exciting, crazy style while still doing the WWE style that gets you over and shit. And that's showing with how like over she is and popular she has become. So,
and plus we've seen recently that Asuka and Kairi Sane are both healthy and on the way back. Maybe they get involved. Maybe it's revealed that Asuka was the one that attacked Jade Cargill or something. There's so many possibilities that are coming up. Like I think that's why there was that report a couple of weeks ago that liar Sean Ross Sapp made up that crooked-faced fuck. Where he says,
"Oh boy, tell me how you really feel about him."
Liar, cunt. Where he said,
you goddamn liar!
Exactly. Where he goes, a report from multiple sources says the women are unhappy with their creative. It's like, who? What woman in WWE is not being used right now apart from Natty?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And it's crazy that happens, what, the day after Megan Bayne and Thunder Rosa are like about to shoot on each other in the ring or whatever the fuck that was on Dynamite, you know? And then you start saying that.
and then they say, oh, in AEW, nobody gives a shit about the Tony Fumble thing. It's like, yes, they do. It's funny how in WWE the staff are gonna go on strike because they're not getting raises. It's like, why would they get raises? They're all contracted. They're not just going to start giving you more money if you've signed a contract for a certain amount.
It's like they're saying this shit to, like, I don't know who eats this up. People who've never had jobs, so they don't know how that fucking signing a contract works. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I genuinely think that if it's anybody watching this or listening to it, if you're paying for a Patreon like a Meltzer or a fucking Sean Ross Sapp, they're conning you out of money. Like, even if it's only $15 a month, that's money that they're lying to you about.
Yeah.
And it keeps happening where they keep getting exposed. Like, oh, they obviously made this shit up. They made that shit up. This turned out to not be true. But they keep reporting it. Oh, breaking news on Fightful. Me and my cunt reporters have pulled their fists out of our cunt to say that Hulk Hogan cut his dick off. It's like, it turns out he didn't. And I hate that Irish guy that works for fucking Fightful. Absolute shithead. You pussy. You're not a real man. Fuck off.
Some fucking Irishman on Irishman war over here going on here with Husey. Oh my god. I love
Corey Brennan, that's his name.
A few weeks ago.
Oh yeah. Is he that guy's an Irishman?
Unfortunately.
I didn't know, dude. You're in good company, Husey. So here's Carmella. We've covered it on the show a little bit. She's like, hey, I'm gonna make this announcement about my status with WWE, and we learned that she wasn't signed with them anymore. I don't know if like it was out there, oh, they released her, they fired her, they didn't renew her. Like every iteration of what a fucking contract negotiation could be was laid on the fucking table. That didn't happen. And then she is like, don't worry, I'm going to talk about it. And she's in good spirits. And I was like, look, she had some sort of like birth injury or complication with it. And I think she's trying to recover from that still. I was like, so I bet it was like an amicable, like, hey, let's just, if I'm not going to come back, why would you re-sign me type thing? And that's why she was all happy and good spirits about it with her video saying, don't worry, this Thursday, you guys will know, et cetera, et cetera. And so you fast forward, we go to Thursday or whatever day it was. And or Tuesday rather, my days are all made. It's only Wednesday. No. But so yesterday this clip drops of her on this podcast where she talks about how she was treated in WWE, and I guess she feels like she was wronged, and because she got pregnant, that's why they fired her. She was being punished for being pregnant. Now she's emotional, she's airing this shit out for the first time. I'll give her a bit of a pass, but then she sort of walked the shit back. And sometimes people get on air and they feel like they have to voice something and they don't do it correctly. I can give her the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know. Chat can interpret for themselves. I want Hughes' thoughts, but let's listen to what Carmella has to say. And then we have like an update that I bookmarked like right before I came on the air here.
I mean, I guess fast forward until a few weeks ago, and then I got a call saying that my contract was up in 10 days. Everyone just ghosted.
So she's like, I got a call telling me I got through 5 seconds. So she got a call saying her contract was up in 10 days. So I don't know. Wouldn't that be something she should know too already?
I didn't know that her contract she signed said job forever. I'm so fucking sick of these dickheads who are like, I can't believe it. WWE didn't extend my deal. It's like, what do you mean? Like, just like they haven't extended everyone's deal ever? Like, that's what happens. Like, I don't know where you're.
And Domino, dude. Why don't they got jobs?
Yeah, why isn't Bash and Booger fucking headlining SummerSlam?
Or the Basham brothers, dude. Or the Basham twins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like I don't know where you work, Phil, but I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be forever. Like, and that's the whole point of a contract. It's for a certain amount of time. It's not a fucking, like, you don't work at a bar. It's not like you work at a supermarket.
Yeah.
It's a TV show. No spoilers on Daredevil, but there's certain people coming back that will be there for a few episodes and then gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm so tired of this fucking complaint by wrestlers. Now, she was out for a while dealing with, being pregnant and all that sort of stuff. I don't see her complaining, going, "Oh God, they paid me all this money while I was sitting at home.
Yeah.
I'm so pissed off."
Yeah.
But now they're like, "Well, okay, you're back, you're fine. We're not going to extend your deal." I just think, like, I feel bad for her if this is fucking up her life, but at the same time, like, understand what the concept of a contract is.
And her just saying, like, and I guess in 10 days my deal's up. Like, well, shouldn't you know that? And I was going to say, doesn't this tie into Corey Graves? Like, I was going to ask you, maybe this ties into Corey Graves's quote unquote displeasure or whatever with WWE recently. And then he went to NXT and all of that. But she's saying here that all of a sudden my deal's up. So Corey Graves's displeasure was more than like 2 weeks ago. No. So the way she's making it sound is this is in the last like couple weeks. This all went down type shit.
I've heard he's lucky to still have a job.
Okay. Like just for, did he pull some shit or what? Allegedly.
Yeah. Allegedly he get in trouble for wellness policies.
Oh, does he smoke the ganj? They don't fucking test for that.
Oh, a little bit more.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, nobody knows why, but apparently he's failed a couple of wellness tests. That's
like,
what I know.
Is he trying to get back in the ring? Like, is he trying to get back in the ring? Like that sort of thing?
Oh, no, like partying.
Oh, allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Right?
But that's the thing. So it's... It's that sort of, I can't remember this backs up my point perfectly. Samantha Irvine or Irwin or whatever her name is, and then there was another girl that used to host The Bump.
Yep.
Do you remember her name?
I don't remember it, but yeah, she was complaining, I think, or that one guy who got fired was like complaining on her behalf. One of the two. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. These people need to understand you're here on a temporary contract. Like, you're not going to be here forever, so enjoy it while you can.
Yeah.
I just get so frustrated. Like, how the fuck can these people get into an industry that they don't understand?
I don't know, dude. I think it's just all around in society. And I'm not calling Carmella entitled here, okay? And we'll listen to the clip, but there's like an entitlement epidemic or something like that. It's huge. It's a big problem. We have to deal with it now. Okay, here's Carmella.
I mean, I guess fast forward until a few weeks ago, and then I got a call saying that my contract was up in 10 days. Everyone just ghosted. Completely ghosted.
Everybody's getting sued if it was me.
What if this is the end of my career? Like, what am I doing with my life? What do I have to offer? Why wasn't I given an opportunity somewhere else? I mean, I guess fast forward.
So yeah, she wanted an opportunity somewhere else, as in like in a different position, and as far as like maybe she could take Samantha Irvin's job or something. But she said she was completely ghosted. That's shitty if they ghosted her, but also like what much more is there to talk about?
Yeah, I can't believe that WWE would focus on turning John Cena heel instead of bringing back the draw that is Carmella.
Oh man, hey man, Mella is money. Didn't you know that? So we have like a follow-up from her where she is like, guys, I didn't mean what I said or something like that. So here we go. Let's listen to this here.
Okay, can I just say that reel, those are...
Oh, here, let me check in with chat. Miss October, sorry about that. Thank you so much, Miss October. Wow, everybody, let's give some fucking air horns for Miss October 30 over here, okay? Hey, Phil and PWT, I came by to say hi. Well, hello. I have a 7:30 a.m. Eastern interview for a dentist assistant job. Well, listen, if you sign a contract, make sure you know. I have to wake up around 6 a.m. to get ready. Wish me luck. Love you guys. We love you too, everybody. Good energies and best of luck and best wishes to Miss October 30. We'll give her a round of applause and acknowledge her here.
And don't forget to spit.
Yeah. And wash your hands, God damn it. Okay. Now be gone. No, we wish you the best of luck. We're all with you. Okay. Thank you so much. Always in every chat. Thank you for checking in. Chris McCarty says, "Hey, chat, since Phil does not love us, want to marry." Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I love you guys. Okay. We're rocking and rolling here tonight. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm sure you could marry someone's in here who's lonely. I know. Joe, maybe. There, I just picked a random name. Okay, let's move along. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, consider hitting the like or whatever you got to do. Retweet this. We're on X tonight. It's different. But yeah, there's shitloads, like over 400 people watching across all the platforms. So yeah, make sure you stay locked in here. And again, thank you, Husey, chat. Make sure you're showing love to fucking Husey. And at Husey Entertainment is the channel where you do great shit over there, pal. I love seeing you on like Who Are These? I love seeing you with like Carl from Who Are These Podcasts and shit. I always pop when you get brought up or when you're with them or whatever. Talking to Eric Nagel, we were just talking about Kumia earlier and Norton and Sam Roberts. So I love all that old shit.
See, the last time I was on WATP, I'd just taken my painkillers for my foot, and I was out of it halfway through. I was like sort of like, ugh.
Yeah. They just figured you were like a few pints of Guinness extra in, But yeah, here's Carmella's apology or retraction, rather, I guess.
Okay, can I just say that reel, those are just clips and short little edits from the entire hour-long podcast episode. So before you judge, I just want you to know that you have to listen to the entire episode to get context on any of this.
Please listen to the entire episode whenever Hughesy's on too, because we definitely need context for some of the shit that is said tonight. No, I'm just trolling.
Podcast episode is not a hit piece on WWE at all. I literally just speak my truth and speak about what happened, what went down, and how everything happened and what transpired. So before you judge and make assumptions, wait till Friday till you listen to the entire thing, because all I do is speak the truth, and I want you to hear the truth. And
so like there's not even a full episode out yet. Whoever made the podcast like clipped it that way. That is so funny.
Don't listen to clips that you see on social media.
Don't listen to the clips of the show that I was on. Just watch the show. She's basically like burying the people who run the pod before it even comes out.
Yeah, don't listen to what I said. Just put me in the fucking game.
Yeah, she's in the game. 2 Carmelas. They have the old one and the modern one as well.
Because they're just clips. Make sure you listen to the whole thing, and then let me know what you think.
Holy shit, that is funny.
But that's another thing that annoys me. These people, it's like, so it's 2025, we're March 2025. You still don't know that you have to watch what you say on fucking podcast because stuff can be clipped and taken out of context. It's like then don't talk. If somebody says, "Oh, you've left WWE," go, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that."
Yep. Or it's like when you've never been to WWE and then you still insist on talking about them.
Mm-hmm.
Like what happens over in AEW. By the way, I have Dynamite on, guys. It's just a contract signing. Ricochet bled. He looked like his T-shirt. It's all good. So in singles competition, Io Sky is 5-0 against Ripley, who's 0-5. Pretty crazy stat, in wrestling?
Yeah, but who cares, really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I didn't even. It's not like I knew or I realized it until after I read it. But WWE ID, they're having an ID match. Who is this? Brad Baylor versus Ice Williams. Okay, so these are.
I give Ice Williams needs to change his name.
Why?
Because it's shit. Like what was Lance taken? It's Lance Doctor.
Dr. Ice Williams, baby. Brad Baylor or what?
My name's Zach Cool.
Oh my God. That is funny. Yeah, Oh shit. I don't know, man. There's a guy named like Homebrew Jones or something, Coffee Man Jones or something, and he's like one of these ID guys. I don't know, dude. Whatever. AJ Styles has promised that he'll be retired before he's 50. And he said, I should have known what I was doing by now, but it's so hard because you enjoy it so much, and I enjoy being around my friends. I've said this, but I will not wrestle at 50. I promise you that. So that's like 2 years left. He's on his farewell tour as well. So
what do you see for him at WrestleMania?
He's going to wrestle Logan Paul for sure. And then what's going to happen is I think he said it. He wants to have a one-off in TNA. So I think he will do that. I think his contract will come up. He'll fully retire from WWE. And then I think we see him do a one-off in AEW. Now, I said this years ago. I'm pretty sure I said this 2 years ago, chat, okay? No, the show's like almost 2 years old. At Mania, it'll be 2 years old. But a long time ago, I was like, we'll see AJ one day in AEW for like a one-off. He won't wrestle full-time there. He'll go do like one of those Wembley shows for $1 million appearance fee. You know, he'll just get that Tony Khan money because he can. And maybe he'll do like a small little thing leading up to it, cut a promo or send in a vignette or something like that. Or maybe they sign him to a 1-year deal or some shit. But he'll go to the WWE Hall of Fame, all of that stuff. But ultimately, yeah, I do see him like quote unquote retiring at 50, and then at some point during his WWE time, we'll see him do something with TNA where it directly benefits them. But then I do think we will see him show up in AEW at like a double or nothing, wrestle someone one-off, take a big chunk of change, and then he'll stay retired and he'll still get a quick bag, and then he'll go to the Hall of Fame and all that shit.
Yeah, because I'd seen some people online talking about how it looked like Breaker versus Balor versus Styles was potential, which could be good, but I don't know. Just I personally would have done Styles versus Breaker.
Yeah, well, I think they're doing Finn and Breaker. So do you like that matchup? I think that's a good win for Breaker. But here's the thing. They're teasing the Demon. Like, the Demon's always over Finn's shoulder and shit if you look in the background of the Judgment Day stuff that he's involved in. If they bring the Demon back, then Breaker beats the Demon. That's just better for Breaker. Like, that gets him more over, no? Or do you have to bring the Demon back and beat Breaker with it is my only concern. So I don't want to see Breaker lose yet, you know?
I would have Balor beat Breaker at WrestleMania, and then I would give Breaker the Money in the Bank.
Yeah, he should have it, dude. Because that's a guy where if he cashes it in, like, it could be before a match, during a match, after a match, and it's like, oh shit, he's gonna win that belt.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That's a great idea. Okay, so moving along here, and do you think TNA AJ shows up? Like, AJ shows up in TNA one last time while he's under contract with WWE?
Yes, but it'll be after WrestleMania. I'm pretty sure, because then they're like, well, we don't give a fuck if you get hurt.
Yeah, more or less, dude. Stephanie Vaquer says WWE allowed her to pick NXT or the main roster when she first signed. She told herself, take it easy. I need to learn English. I need to learn, NXT. So they were going to send her right to the main roster. It's my theory that they're sending Julia up there just right away. Like, after her injury, if she is really injured, like the sheets are saying, I believe they'll send her, like, her return won't even be to NXT. It'll just be to the main roster. But what do you make of Stephanie's run so far? And what do you make of her making the conscious decision to say, put me in NXT first? Very smart, right? Like, had that match with Monet, went, hey, I could take more money to go with AEW, but I'll just go to WWE. And not only can I go to the main roster where they're guaranteed 200 to 300,000, but I'll just fucking float down in NXT for a bit because I got to learn and hone my skills and hone my craft first. What do you make of all that?
Yeah, I think she made the right choice, and this might sound like I'm being a dick, but if English,
never, yeah.
But if English isn't your first language, you're really going to struggle in WWE. So she's smart to learn, and she seems to be doing well. Like, I think it's amazing if anyone could speak 2 languages.
Yeah,
I can only speak the language of love.
You don't speak Gaelic or anything like that?
Fuck that.
I'm just asking, bro. I don't fucking know how it works over there. Chris McCarty says Ricky smokes the ID and Ricky Saints the Pebble. Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. Miss October 30 says, I have to bounce and sleep. Have a good show, Phil, always. And PWT chat, good night. Hey, good luck on your thing. Everyone, round of applause for Miss October 30. Appreciate you. Sleep well. It's easier to sleep without fucking hearing Husey, I'm sure. Yelling into the mic. No, I'm joking. Stephanie Vaquer. Yeah, so we read that. Moving along here. So yeah, I already said this. Sam Roberts and Megan Morant have the chemistry of Bob Lazar and Elon Musk in a church. I thought that was funny. Mark Shapiro teases a big surprise for WrestleMania. So the president and COO of TKO Group Holdings says Paul Levesque and his creative team are second to none. You'll be amazed at the surprises that are about to come your way at WrestleMania in Vegas. Husey, you and I behind the scenes, we disagree a bit. I'm saying Stone Cold. You're not thinking he'll ever wrestle again. I think it could be Cody Rhodes, Stone Cold versus you know who, Cena and The Rock. What do you think? And all Cody has to say, sorry, before you go ahead, all Cody has to say on Raw or SmackDown is, I'm going to call my friend, and they don't even have to say who it is. The glass shatters. It'll break the internet. It's already sold out both nights anyways. What do you think?
I think it's going to be Tongaloa.
The goat. Dude, it's the goat. What do you mean?
Yeah, and then there will be hundreds of thousands of people try to run into the stadium because it's lower time. And he comes down.
Mania.
Yeah, he actually descends down into the ring on a platform like Kang the Conqueror. And he's just gonna go like raise his hands out like this. The crowd's gonna do a whirlwind of fandom, and he's gonna shove the crowd like that at The Rock, and they're gonna put the belt on Cody. It's exactly what's gonna happen. Quote me.
Oh shit, man, that's hilarious. But what do you think a big surprise could be? Where this mark over here on the side is fucking the president of TKO COO Group Holdings is like, yeah, for sure. It'll be something that rocks your worlds. What do you
Owen
think
Hart comes back. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he climbs up through the ring from that side of the ring where he stands up and he goes, oh, fuck, that hurt. Anyway, I've shaken it off. Time for round 2, bitch.
Oh my God, you're so fucked up.
You what?
Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh.
And Benoit, what about that? Yeah, Benoit comes back, all the kids in the front row like, run!
An Ultimate Warrior and fucking...
Yeah, Macho Man comes out.
Macho Man sucker punches Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, and the Titantron is going to be the footage confirming that Macho Man fucked Stephanie. and then Janelle Grant runs in and attacks Triple H from behind. So she says shit. She rubs the shit from her head into Triple H's eyes. And then Hulk Hogan goes up to Travis Scott and bubble, you know.
No, dude. Oh my.
Hey, brother, I heard what you did to Cody Rhodes' ear. You know, we call people around here that do that, brother.
Oh my God, dude, that is fucking insane, bro.
Quote me.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
Oh, it's Sonny comes out and driving through the fucking crowd.
That is insane. Jesus Christ. Moving along here.
But when they say surprises, they probably just mean like celebrity appearances. Like that shithead Kevin Hart will turn up and do one of his shit jokes that nobody laughs at.
Oh, man. You don't think somebody... Well, no, they're in Vegas, so who's, like, from Vegas, you know?
Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh!
Hey, Janelle Grant. Hey, maybe it wouldn't have fucking shit in your head if you know how to suck a dick. Oh!
Oh my God, Dice.
Hey, Rock, I wouldn't fuck your daughter with her own dick. Oh!
Holy shit. Oh man. Oh, Dice would be so funny. Or like Wayne Newton or whatever that guy's name is. What is it?
Yeah, just as a quick plug
Oh
for
shit, I'm dying.
For Dice, there's a legendary appearance where he get into an argument with Shane McMahon.
Yeah.
on-
I know. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know,
it is
dude.
brilliant.
We should fucking EFAP that sometime. Yeah, on Opie and Anthony, where he gets in an argument with Shane. It's one of the greatest fucking wrestling segments ever. But it doesn't really get talked about because it was on O&A. But Jesus, man.
Yeah.
That's good shit. You're killing me over here, Husey. Oh, man. So Bully Ray taking a shot at Tony Khan. Super duper justified this is awesome chance to start off Raw for that brawl and everything. So I thought that was funny. Here's Carmella. Here's another clip. Here's like a minute of Carmella here that I glossed over before and forgot to have us listen to. So maybe this will provide some more context. Let's see. Okay.
What's next
Thank
for
God.
Leah? Like for so long, it's like, oh, Carmella, and it's like, no, I can now fully be Leah and like do what I want to do, and I don't know what that is.
So you have been out of WWE for almost 2 years.
Yes.
But not by choice.
No.
So let's talk about it.
That's the whole point, to get people talking and to
Yeah.
be like bold in your face. Let's talk about it. Let's have the conversations that, women aren't having. Is it because I'm a woman? Is it because I had a baby? And it just feels like a shitty way to end a 12-year career with the company. Like that this is how it ended.
But also to be treated like a human being and a woman and someone who's dedicated 12 years of your life to this company.
He still has a job. We had a kid and he has a job, but I don't. I mean, I guess fast forward until a few weeks ago, and then I got a call saying that my contract was up in 10 days.
Everyone just ghosted.
Completely ghosted.
Everybody's getting sued if it was me.
What if this is the end of my career? Like, what am I doing with my life? What do I have to offer? Why wasn't I given an opportunity somewhere else?
Does it feel bittersweet?
Because
so this is the longer than 16 seconds.
Yeah.
So we watched a clip of a clip, folks. Yeah. Get an
It
inception here.
probably said in the fine print of the contract, you got to work this certain amount of dates. Don't get any tattoos. Oh, and try not to get cum in your snatch.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because we're not gonna pay you to fucking keep getting barebacked.
Oh. PWT coming. We're going to Rumble, bro. We're switching to Rumble. No. CM Punk has been pulled from WWE's Raw tapings in Glasgow and London. He was previously advertised to appear on both shows. Now, I was worried. I'm like, shit, dude. Is Punk going to be injured going into Mania? Do you think that's possible? Why would he be pulled from these shows so last minute?
Well, I did hear. I did see some tweets of people saying that Punk had one of those, nasty shoulder blade bruises. When you pull something. People were mentioning that at Elimination Chamber, but I don't know. My theory is they advertised them for the tickets, and the tickets have sold out. So they're like, well, we don't actually need them now.
Oh man. Well, that's kind of shitty to do to fans, though. No, like, are they expecting to see Punk? He was advertised. Like, how do they just they just don't want to risk him getting hurt, or he's got to at least go out and cut a promo? Then, no.
Yeah, no, I would say that these Mania shows, it's best to keep the injury-prone ones wrapped up warm at home. And by the way, is it just me, or is it quite clear that he's on something? Because for someone that's completely clean, to be the most muscular he's ever been, at the oldest he's ever been, that seems kind of strange.
Yeah, dude, I don't listen. Steroids are like, it's not like the 80s where you shove a needle in your ass. Like, I'm watching a match right now. I'm watching Hobbs and Brian Cage and Lance Archer. You don't mean to tell me everyone's on shit? Like, who even really cares about that anymore? As long as they're safe and they see doctors and they're not like abusing shit and fucking themselves up. So yeah, if I was Punk and I'm that age and I got to keep my body together, I'm doing whatever the Joe Rogan diet is, I guess. Not that I fucking take the toe seriously all the time, but hey, he knows how to stay fit for a guy his age. So fucking yeah, if I was CM Punk, I'd be on like whatever elk meat and TRT and fucking everything, whatever. I'd be doing that too, as long as it I wasn't like being addicted and like fucking ultimate warrioring myself and like enlarging my, there's safe ways to do this shit these days. You know what I mean?
He does look great though, Punk, I gotta say.
Yeah, he's been doing some of his best work, I think, promo-wise too. Like that match with Drew, rather. Sorry, I'm watching Orange Cassidy jump off of Hobbs at the same time here. Little distracted, but no, that match with Drew is one of the best matches of all time, in my opinion. Like you could chalk that one up in WWE history as just one of the best matches. So, and also the strap match is really good too. So when he's on, man. And it's like, when I saw this, I was worried. I was like, are they going to hide an injury? He can't not be on this Mania. So you're saying they're just like pulling him off and doing the old switcheroo, which I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to believe that. That seems fucking too crazy. Like you could sue somebody. Don't you think, Yuzi?
Card subject to change, pal.
Yeah, I guess. As long as it's in the fine print, right? Hulk Hogan comments on John Cena's heel turn, dude. And he says, well, we definitely can see Cena now, can't we, brother? We know who he is now. He's not signing autographs or doing what he's been doing like I have been, dude. That's bigger than a wrestling angle. It's one of the best heel turns I've seen in a long, long time. All the major players were involved, Jack. I can't say enough about The Rock, too. He was incredible. They did it right, I'll tell you that. It's going to work as long as John wants to stay plugged in. I don't know his schedule or how many days he'll work, but he definitely has everyone's attention. Plus, The Rock is involved too, dude. This could heat up more than anyone is expecting. It could be so hot that it's crazy, which will lead to a WrestleMania match you'll never forget. Here's what I don't know. Whenever something happens, like even in the dark side, or not the dark sides, but whenever they have like a WWE documentary or something like that, or like a show on A&E, even if it's shit Hulk Hogan was not involved in, like way after his time or whatever, he's always there with an interview about it. It's like they sit him down once a week and are like, okay, Hogan, here's like 10 things. Just give us quick one-liners about Sami Zayn. You know who that is, right? Yeah, I discovered him, Jack.
I can learn a lot from John Cena, brother. He did a whole hip-hop album and he didn't say the word.
Oh, come on now. Oh, my God. Yeah, dude. That's what I know, Travis Scott, dude. I trained him, brother.
Yeah.
It just seems like he's got something for everything. And it's like, dude, you weren't there for this. Or, just The Many Lives of Hogan. That's like the name of a documentary, I think, by Beige Frequency or one of these guys. But
I think that Hulk Hogan, like, I'm always going to be a fan of his, but I genuinely think we've seen the last of him in WWE. Like there's nothing he can do other than be a talking head in interviews.
Yeah, and chill his shitty beer. How good do you think his beer is?
Beer is for the weak. Guinness is the only way forward.
And Guinness isn't a beer?
No, it's a stout.
Okay, and that's the difference being? I'm just fucking with you, dude. No, I'll have a guinea now and again. You know what I mean?
But can we say that word?
What? Oh, yeah, I guess. Is that a bet? Okay.
Hey, you're making fun of the ITs.
Yeah, you're right. No, I'm just thinking that's like the nickname for Guinnesses here.
Oh,
like,
okay.
It's like hockey talk. Right, there you go. Yeah, I didn't even think of it, dude, because hockey talk is like, and like when everybody's like, let's say your last name, like Taylor Hall, you're Holly. Like let's say you're like everyone's whatever E at the end of it. You know what I mean? So that like I'm Philly,
I'm gonna
so
say
it's like
that.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's like like a bud's a buddy.
Just as a cheap plug, next Tuesday there should be a live stream Monday Night Raw review for Keeping 100.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say that to this one says, look at this, I'm drinking a nice dirty, greasy.
I didn't even think of that. See, yeah, that's some American shit, that's not like something people throw around ever in my lifetime. See, I didn't even think of that, but I got to tell the boys now, hey, don't say Paddy's Day. Hey, I know the Irishmen are out, but we're going,
I'll have instead of going out for a cold one, I'll have a dirty, greasy, sneaky one.
Yeah. Yeah. So just announced, WWE parent company TKO has agreed a multi-year deal with Saudi General Entertainment Authority to launch a new boxing promotion. So this is what I was talking about earlier, with the first event to be held in 2026. WWE President Nick Khan and UFC President CEO Dana White will head up the promotion's executive leadership team. So there you go, man. I don't know. I think Netflix and I think the Saudis are interested in working with Netflix too. So hopefully that's where that all lands as well. Cause I mean, I just want it all in one place. I'm down. I want it all and I want it now. But, ultimately I think they're just waiting a bit. And same with like having WrestleManias on there for the US. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. The UFC TV deals that is up at the end of the year. Netflix wants that so badly. So once they get that, then they'll shill the big bucks for like Mania or for the boxing or whatever. I'm assuming the bull riding is going to be on there too. Power Slap, I think even Netflix might stay away from. But yeah, other than
that's actually the name of the documentary I'm making about my hand and Jade Cargill's arse if I ever get the chance.
Jesus. With consent, Husey.
Oh yes, I mean she would have to sit on it first.
Vince Russo claimed that Triple H will be kicked out of WWE. Sorry, this person typed this backwards. Will be kicked out of WWE next year because of the poor quality shows he gives as the creative head on Coach and Bro show. Russo said, well, when we get to 2026, bro, listen to me. Hold on. When we get to 2026, bro, I do not believe that Triple H is gonna be a part of the World Wrestling Federation, bro. I'm staying on that, and I'm not moving off of that because Coach, bro, now we've got a little bit of history. The WWE creative has sucked. Let's just look at the last 2 years, bro. He sucked for the last 2 years until Rock and Brian Gewirtz or Gewirtz or whatever the fuck his name is, bro, insert themselves. When Rock comes back right before Mania now, 2 years in a row, bro, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, I'm saying this as a person that interacts with Russo a lot. He says that all the time, and it means that eventually he will be proven right at some point, so that he can go, "I told you so, bro."
Yeah, so his podcast somehow survives like a fucking cockroach in a nuclear holocaust, you know?
Yeah, and my whole thing is, I think Russo has never gotten over the bump in numbers that they got from like the 2016 to 2019, where WWE was so shit that anybody could shit on WWE and you'd get like tens of thousands of views in an hour.
Yeah.
And I think Russo's still in that mode, and it's really like I just don't get the thought process at all. Like I'm saying this as a mark. I think the WWE is better today than it has been since the Attitude Era.
I agree. I think it's like in the best. I don't know. I think it's just operating on such a level from like the Spirit Squad on. This is better than all that, you know?
Yeah,
up until right around there, you know?
Like it's just like I watched Raw the other night and it was fucking great. Like I have no idea what the fuck Russo was talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, and then Kyle Fletcher, and there's a beatdown happening. Will Ospreay's getting slammed through a chair. Hopefully it's shaved down, folks. But
did I ever tell you about when I met Will Ospreay?
I think you may have privately, or maybe it was on the show. But tell us.
Yes, it was after an OVW show in Belfast where Will Ospreay was at it. And a bunch of us were outside smoking and drinking, and you hear it go, "Excuse me, lads, are you getting in this taxi?" And I was like, "Oh, fuck, it's Will Ospreay." And all my friends, because I didn't actually know who he was, not that I'm like, because I didn't follow New Japan, but all my friends were all like starstruck and didn't answer him, and I was like, "Yeah, go ahead." What's wrong with you lads? Don't know how to fucking talk.
Oh my god. Husey, you're killing me today, man. Holy shit. This has been an amazing episode. Greg Miller has been removed from WWE's official roster page.
Just cancel WrestleMania now.
Who the fuck is Greg Miller? I really don't know. I'm sorry, Greg Miller, if you're like offended by that, but you probably don't listen to this shit. Anyways, here's
maybe
Stephanie.
he's the surprise for that they're talking about. Greg Miller's going to come back and he's going to what do you call it? Hurricane Rana, the Rock off the top rope.
Wearing the mask, Chad Gable's gonna use to cover his hair plugs.
Yeah, no, that's what they're going to throw hair plugs into the Rock's mouth, and then they're going to drag Rock's ponytail. They're going to tie it to the back of Sonny's car, and she's going to drive out of the building.
Okay, stop.
And they're going to run Steve Austin over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to drive outside. Steve Austin gets run over. He goes, "I know I shouldn't have came back.
My other knee, other knee, kid, goddammit.
Yeah. My fucking neck. Sonny's a cunt."
That's so ridiculous, man.
And then Deborah McMichael comes back and says, "How do you like it now, Baldy?" And starts hitting him when he's on the floor. He goes, "Please, I've changed."
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And then Steve McMichael comes back and he's like, "I've been working you the whole time, baby."
What the fuck? Oh my god. So, speaking of Conan earlier in the show, holy fuck, man. Is Conan AAA or CMLL? I forget. What does he working with most?
He's AAA, bro.
AAA. AAA. Yeah, so in CMLL, fucking easy, man. I'm dying. So in CMLL, Stephanie Vaquer says you're all alone, and in WWE you have people with you and supporting you. This is on Busted Open After Dark.
Yeah, it's funny how the really gorgeous woman with the incredible arse has a lot of support backstage.
Here in WWE is acting work. I can ask and I can take.
Yeah, I bet you Candice LeRae is still looking for a lot of answers. Like, look at the way Bubba's looking at her while she's speaking.
Oh my god, Husey. Oh, I used to have the biggest crush on Candice LeRae when she's like on the Indies. I'm not even joking. Yeah, fucking Husey's going off. Everybody's catching some, dude. Oh my god.
You could stack vinyl on Candice LeRae's arse. It's terrible.
Ask, but in CML,
to each their own, Husey. To each their own, okay?
nobody help you.
I need a fart box.
You are alone.
You're alone.
Not like a teamwork. If you know wrestle, yeah, wrestle. And nobody's training. Oh, you can teach me. No.
Why is she wearing the fucking makeup?
Nothing.
I don't, because it's the gimmick, brother. She lives the gimmick. And women wear makeup anyway, so you can get away with it, right?
I thought that was Paul Stanley announcing Kiss were coming back.
Yeah, fucking reunion's happening. Hey, he's a gorgeous man too, dude.
Yeah.
You can do nothing. You can ask nothing.
So you are young wrestler, CMLL, and they say, go wrestle. Very scary.
I'm scary all the time. I cry.
Her English is better than his.
Well, he's trying to convey the interview, make sure the questions come across correctly and all that. I get where he's coming with that. But I was gonna say he's communicating well, and he's really fun to watch on that LFG show. Have you been following that?
And no, it doesn't show here. And also, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. We need the gift of Jericho, Razgrave. Okay. Yeah, maybe in a bit. In a bit here. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of Paul Stanley, did you know apparently Jericho announced in his podcast recently that he's planning his eventual retirement.
Who? Sorry?
Jericho.
Said he's planning his retirement?
Yeah, because Paul Stanley was on Talk is Jericho.
Wow.
And
that's a good pull for Jericho.
yeah, and Stanley said that he knew that when it was time for Kiss to end, so they announced the big long tour. And Jericho said that he has a retirement date in mind, so there you go.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. And so he'll be weaseling out of AEW and going into the WWE Hall of Fame because it's white hot right now and he wants to jump off the fucking ship or what?
Yeah, he'll come out with the MAGA babes and his wife and they'll march into the ring. Make Jericho relevant again.
Chris McCarty, I think this question's for Husey. Would you let Bully clap your cheeks?
Yes, absolutely. Only if I can get a photograph first.
Yeah. Only if it's on a wooden table.
Yes.
Because then you know he'll go over at least, right? Then you know the finish will be good. So Logan Paul saw a clip of Canadian fans booing the American national anthem and on the fly decided to bring an American flag with him. So here's him literally reacting in real time to that shit and then deciding I need a flag and I'm going to bring a flag out and troll the Canadian fans.
Oh, is a lady singing it? This poor girl got booed for singing her country national anthem. I need a American flag. I need an American flag immediately.
5 minutes later.
Someone had it? I swear. I saw the stars and the stripes. Let's go. This place is gonna go crazy. It was your idea. No. To all the Canadians that are upset that we're proud of our country. Always blame me. This was his idea. Man, it's a great idea. We love America. We love America. I'm not sorry, Canada. We love our country. I would die for this country.
Not only do you have a flag,
Good,
you
then.
have the flag.
Do it then, Husey says. Oh my God. Fucking Husey, man.
In a pole.
You a Logan Paul fan there, Husey?
I actually am.
Okay.
But that being said, I do think that I get he does a lot of business for them, but name value wise, I really don't see. Well, this is just me thinking. Well, actually, no, there's loads of. Never mind. Yes, I like Logan Paul.
Oh man.
But I definitely support him with the flag stuff. I hate when the national anthem gets booed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm like, yeah, people can do it, but I don't know why Canadians keep going off. I guess it's just because the shit Trump's saying, right? I guess all the Americans are pointing it out. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just don't give a fuck about. I care about wrestling, bro. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not paying attention for real. Maybe I'm not paying attention to the news. Like, I don't know. I got the hockey game because they all fist fought. That's what I was saying last show or the show before. I was like, they all fought at the start of the game. Okay, friendly rivalry, whatever. Like, I get it, right? They're going to just boo. That's kind of trolly, but it's 2025. But then in the wrestling thing, I'm like, oh, this might just be a thing at all sports now. So what the fuck? So I don't know. But I like that Logan Paul did troll back. I think that's just the funny response for a heel to do. You know, you're a heel in wrestling. Fucking do it. It worked. So
speaking of one of these guys in this clip here, I'd heard that allegedly one of the matches that was spoken about as potential for Mania was New Day versus Rey Mysterio and Big E.
Oh shit! Why Big E? Because he could return. Wouldn't he have something to do with the new? Oh yeah, the New Day versus. Oh yeah, no shit. Duh. So New Day. But here's the thing. What about people saying it's Penta and Phoenix versus New Day? Is that jumping the gun? I feel like that's too quick. You got to let Penta have a little time. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't put Penta in the tag team because he's selling too much merch. Like, why would you fuck with
You could put Phoenix
machine?
in the PC for a bit, let Penta continue to have his run, have Phoenix go on SmackDown while Penta's on Raw, and then you do like the Dudley boys did when they reunited. Speaking of the Dudleys, you remember that like SummerSlam or whatever, where they reunited against 3 Minute Warning? I think it was like 3 Minute Warning and Rico versus like the Dudleys and Jeff Hardy. And then at the end of it, like Devon came out and reunited, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And, you could do something like that where it's like a pay-per-view where everyone's on it and then Phoenix like runs out to save his brother. Then you have the moment and then because they don't give a fuck about brands being split anyways, but then you give Phoenix a chance to like stand on his own as well. Because who knows, like who would have thunk Penta would have did this good on his own? So Phoenix getting the same chance to to do that, I think is appropriate. But also, if they just threw them together as a tag team, I wouldn't be mad. They need more tag team action. Like they just needed the division sorted out a little better as well, you know?
Yeah, no, they do. But then I just think that would be a step down for Penta at a time that they really don't need it. Like I can even see after Mania, Penta going after the IC title.
Yeah.
But then I suppose that they could like be a duo but still do solo stuff. Like they don't have to be a tag. Yeah, I could see them being together.
Man, they got Edge wrestling Wheeler Yuta in the fucking Go Home show for this pay-per-view. But yeah, let's look at this video of Goldberg just putting over Biggie here and really connecting with him,
Hey,
I
I'm
guess.
really proud of you, dude. Whether that means anything or not, I ain't doing it because of that, but you're doing a hell of a job.
It's funny, I was going through just my old stuff in my closet last week, and I found the 8x10 that you signed over 20 years ago, easily. But nah, man, you were, and like I said, I told people this. I don't know what kind of day you had, but the 20 seconds or so you spent with me and my dad, you had a smile on your face. You made us feel like, sure, man, you know. But I remember 20 plus years later.
So Goldberg gets a bad rap for like having an ego and all that, but when it comes to the fans, like he really fucking appreciates them and seems to be like a good dude, you know, in his community and all that. So wrestling shit aside, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've always been a Goldberg fan. What are your thoughts on just him overall? And like he's got a comeback apparently soon here. Do you want that or no?
I don't want the comeback. I loved him back in '98, and I feel sorry for whoever has to wrestle him this year because he's going to drop them on their head.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I would just say, look, you can spear me. You ain't jackhammering me, though. And he'd be like, oh, the people want to see it. And I'd be like, do that spinny neck breaker you do in fucking Japan or whatever.
Yeah, if I was WWE, I would give him somebody smaller, like the Miz, and be like, right, that's your final match because you could lift him up. But if you're put in there with someone like I don't know, like a Drew McIntyre, there's no way you're going to be able to lift him.
Yeah, you're right. He is a big heavy. Yeah, exactly. Like normal heavyweight. He's got to wrestle fucking Rey Mysterio. That's the match. Rey versus Goldberg. No. So Sonya Deville tells Busted Open that let's just listen to this. Like she wasn't released. And she even said on another podcast, she's like, I fucking hate when people leave WWE and badmouth them. Here's her, putting over PFC big time while also saying like, her contract negotiations didn't fall through because she was asking for too much money.
Be as simple as that.
Right. Yeah. And I like to preface this with like, when we were in negotiations, it was not a scenario where I was like, I'm worth $5 million. And then they came back and were like, screw you. You think, the numbers we were talking were very humble. I know what all the other women get paid. We all talk. And so it wasn't anything like that. It was very much so just the end of a contract. Let's talk about what's next. I kind of knew my worth and where I stood on the card at that moment and asked for accordingly. But yeah.
So it isn't about money? What the fuck?
What's that?
She said it wasn't about money, but then she said it was about money. Make your mind up.
Well, yeah, pretty much, bro. But I mean, I just think they weren't going to re-sign her no matter what. And I think she's still not trying to bury herself like, oh, I wasn't worth shit and they weren't going to give me. Because if she says that, then Tony can offer her lower shit or TNA, So she's like, no, I'm worth it's just that I didn't ask for crazy money, It's just the future and stuff. And then she's like, I don't like when people bury them. So I think she's just trying to be politically correct to not burn a bridge. And that's the smart thing to do because it just comes across better and it's more professional. Like when you want to go work for one of these other companies or whatever.
Yeah, I think she'll end up back in WWE, honestly.
I know, but like one day, because here's what it's all about, is her showing up on Raw 45 for the women's, and she just comes and waves and gets thrown out in a battle royal type shit. Like that's what they all hope for, is maybe one day I can still get in the Hall of Fame, that sort of thing.
It's so typical. I always thought she was so gorgeous and how typical that the one woman that I think is probably the best looking would be the one that absolutely wants nothing to do with me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all women, Husey.
I can happily say that I could probably get Jade Cargill before I could get Sonya Deville.
Manifest it. You're speaking it into reality, brother. That's one thing for sure. Jay Gonzalez says Husey's killing it. Book him at the mothership. Peaches delight. So a homeless cat here roasting Brendan Schaub on PWT. Funny shit. Yeah, Husey. Any sets at the comedy mothership coming anytime in your future? Do you think?
Tomorrow,
yeah. Joe Rogan, call us up, right? I mean, he's starting a wrestling show too. I'm co-hosting. Hey, I'll be the guy who pulls up his fucking the shit he gets wrong that he's talking about on his podcast. Moving along here. What's that guy's name? Young Jamie or whatever. WWE superstars give their opinions on the John Cena heel turn.
See if you go back to that first image. Do you remember there was the rumors that Jey Uso was having an affair with Jada Parker?
Yeah, we covered it on the show.
Well,
what? You saying him and Jackie?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, here's the thing. I said this. I was like, dude, him and his wife could be open for all anybody knows. Like, it's 2025, bro. We don't know. We don't know their agreement or whatever. Just let them live. And, we don't know if she was just trying to, like, pull up on Jay and he was just like, no. She might have just got caught, like, fucking trying to do some shit that he might have not been down with. I don't know. I like to give him the benefit of the doubt here, okay? But yeah, let's hear their react. But him and Jackie are together quite a bit, if that's what you're trying to insinuate, Husey.
Just saying that I've heard stuff.
Yeah. Just saying what you've heard, huh? No. Okay.
I was in my feels about it. That's all I know, just like everybody else. But you gave up, man. You went back on your word, dudes. You don't never do that.
Hustle, loyalty, respect, out the window.
Why?
We were rooting for you, John Cena.
If anybody was rooting for you, it was me. Dude, what do you think? Because this is your childhood hero. You got wanting to be a wrestler because of this guy. So what do you think?
So during the commercial breaks of Raw, you have like Theory and Waller fully turning on each other, and Waller's healing, and you have like even Theory's wearing a what shirt, and he did the yeet. He's like yeet with the crowd. He's fully. I don't know if that's a match at Mania or for the SmackDown before Mania, more likely, but yeah, that's they're turning on each other right away.
Did you know though that,
I'm shocked.
that apparently they literally nobody knew what was going to happen apart from like Rock, Cody, and Triple H and Cena?
I do believe when they say they held the cards that close, because didn't they do the same with the Punk return and all of that? Like I could see them doing that, but just telling everyone, because Dave Meltzer was like, well, of course, they have to tell Michael Cole what to say and how to react. But it's like, no, they don't. They just tell him something big's happening and then let him react in real time, Dave. Vince isn't there anymore yelling in his fucking ear. But yeah.
Actually, The Rock wanted to have sex with Cody Rhodes, and according to a source of mine, and I get all kinds of things. But Dave Meltzer always talks like he's got a lozenge in his mouth.
Yeah.
What's going on with him?
Oh, I'm just thinking about Kenny Omega.
God, I'm not that there's anything wrong with it, but wouldn't it be funny if Kenny Omega put his ass to your face?
Best guy is Tony Khan. Dude, they're so cringe. I thought it was awesome. Good for John. After all this time, we finally get to see the real John Cena.
He said nobody booed John. He's like, literally, nobody booed him. It's like, what, man? What the fuck are you talking about? He had his fucking earphones in for his New Japan match he was watching while he had New Japan on his phone. He's listening to it while he's looking over at WWE, bro. They booed, man.
Wasn't Meltzer photographed at Collision?
He was at Collision, bro. So he went there to sniff balls rather than watch like the road. This is the thing too. People would say, oh, well, his preference is AEW, whatever. But here's the problem with that. He's the Wrestling Observer guy, right? And then here's who was announced for the show: The Rock, Cody Rhodes, John Cena, Trish Stratus, Logan Paul, like all CM Punk, all of these people were announced for this show. So it's like you have to tune in. Oh, The Rock and Roman could be there. You don't fucking know, but it could have happened. But like if you have a show in 2025 where The Rock, Cena, and Punk and Trish Stratus are all advertised for it, and you love wrestling, you're watching that show. I don't give a fuck who's wrestling in CMLL. I don't care. Lucha Libre. I don't care about who's on Dynamite. I don't give a fuck. So he's there sniffing balls. He doesn't even go down to like the WWE shows when they're in town, when they're in the area he's in. He travels across the world to fucking Europe and stuff. And he goes to this Collision show to what? Kiss up to Tony Khan?
Yeah,
and he fucking hologram wrestle over just that The Rock and Cena and Punk will all be at a place.
Yeah, Dave Meltzer missed the biggest heel turn in the history of WWE so that he could watch Adam Cole versus Daniel Garcia.
Yeah, dude. Swaps fake spray tans, bro. That's what they were doing. It's terrible, man. And it's ridiculous, And for people who are like, Husey alleges shit and you don't give him shit. It's because, dude, he's not saying, give me $15 and come into my secret Discord. Hey, I'm going to talk shit behind a paywall. Give me $14.99 and you can come reply to this comment. If you don't like what Husey's got to say, call him an asshole right now in real time. That's what, you know what I mean? I ain't charging you to listen to this shit. That's the whole thing with these people who make up shit like that or just don't like. I don't even think, here's the thing with a lot of these dirt sheets. They're being told incorrect shit purposefully. That's just what it is. Like WWE is working them and then sending them cheese wheels after, That's all it is.
I love it. Good for you, John.
Yeah, and I don't say stuff's like 100% definitely happening. Yeah. I just say this was what I was told about a potential possibility.
And then we just fantasy mark book it, or whatever. We just talk about it, right? And you're chilling, working on K100. You're going to fucking hear this or that. And it's not, and they're just hearing this or that. And then we're hearing this or that. We're just talking shit. That's part of the fun of it. But to be like here, no, I text Tony Khan, guys. Want to hear what I have to say? $6 for my Discord. Ooh, $7 for my OF. Like, fucking, what do you guys, I'll message you personally. Like, no, that's being a hoe. But hey, Husey, you do know what, and chat does know what they say sometimes, right?
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So,
you're the man.
Yeah, his face, literally.
Ugh. Thinking about it. Pretty accurate. That is what it looked like.
Not cool, JC.
Never give up.
Otis, I love that guy.
Gave up.
Everyone now can see what we've all known backstage for a very, very long time. That John Cena is all about the money. He's all about the money.
I've known Cena since I was a kid, growing up from a deadbeat and then just being around various deadbeats. It's shown his true colors, right?
Keep up. I can see you now.
Let's talk about The Rock. Still owes me a pair of shoes. Yeezys, to be exact. He came back because of me. I embarrassed his friend Pat McAfee, and then he wanted to show up. And then he ambushed me, laid me out, and then threw my shoe into the crowd. What's that about? And now him and Cena.
Yeah, that's fucked. I'd make Rock sign the other one for me, and then I'd like mount it up somewhere. But I guess you don't want to be a mark because like you wrestle. You're wrestling him in that segment or whatever. But yeah,
run together. I don't even know what to say.
How pissed would you be, dude, if someone threw your fucking Yeezy? First off, I wouldn't wear a Yeezy, but if you did, someone threw it. Aren't those like $700 shoes, pal, or something like that?
I would be totally pissed off. And do you mind if I do my plugs? Because it's 2 a.m. here.
Yes, because this is also the end of WWE news, by the way. Sorry, we got through it all. Husey, do your goddamn plugs. And let us know where everyone can find you and what you got going on.
At the Husey on Twitter and Instagram. Go subscribe to Keep the 100. There's a whole lot of fun shit coming tomorrow. A lot of follow-ups on some of the topics that I've mentioned today.
Right.
And go to Hughes Entertainment, my YouTube channel. And Phil, I'm going to try to rearrange that Francine interview.
Let's do it.
For hopefully maybe in a week or two, and it will be a drinking episode.
Oh, yes.
So we will be drinking with
a few Guinness. Guinness, right?
A few Guinness. Yeah. And we will be talking with Francine, making inappropriate comments about blowjobs and all kinds of stuff.
The Queen of Extreme with PWT and Husey. Make sure you follow him, everyone. Round of applause for Husey. Husey, thanks for staying way longer than you said you were gonna, man. I fucking love you. I was seeing how long until you brought it up, bro. So I love it. Thank you so much. He's all the way in Ireland. Round of applause for Husey. Make sure you follow him. It's Husey. Goodbye. Oh man, the views and the comments expressed by the guests of this show reflect the guests and not necessarily those of the hosts, ladies and gentlemen. That is one of the funniest, most underrated fucking men on the planet, in my humble opinion, on YouTube in general, not just wrestling or whatever. Hughesy's just taking the piss, and yeah, you guys can figure out who you hear, whatever, right? So trust me, they're going to go talk about this on K100. There's nothing that gets spoken about here with Hughes that doesn't get talked about by Conan and Disco on K100, I assure you. But yeah, round of applause again for that man. What a fucking national treasure. A fucking national Irish treasure right there, folks. Okay. Okay, Asar, man, for 10, thank you so much. Says the fact that Dave went to Collision instead of one of the hottest shows of the year shows his bias. But if you ask him, he'll Tony Khan folks to death instead of being truthful. Yeah, I mean, that's what's gonna happen. We're gonna roast Dave here in a bit. That's what's bound to fucking happen with the guy. And yeah, here's the thing. He should have, even if he's like, no, I'm at Collision, but he like has a tablet or like he's got it on his phone. Man, I'm not going to lie. There's been UFC fights where like I got to go to a dinner and I'll pull out the phone or run. You know what I mean? I was in the airport one time for so long. I was just, even though like I'm in the fucking line with all these people, I got the fight on, you know, I'm watching like the Anthony Joshua fight or whatever. So it's, you know, even like that, you have to at least be tapped in and not just on Twitter. If you're, and I'm not saying, oh, you missed it, but when you're the observer, like his job, his duty is to report about the alleged news and the fucking, and he's, you know, the observer. No, I give more stars to matches I don't even like because there's, you know, I'm objective. It's like, no, dude, and if Cena, Punk, Rock, Trish, if they're all advertised for one show and it's in Toronto, why would they even hassle everyone to get over there unless it was for something really big? And we didn't know, like, well, we knew Cody's decision, so it was going to be something crazy. We knew that. But of course, the guy who studies the business didn't watch Pat McAfee show to hear Ari Emanuel say, you don't want to miss this shit, pal. Right? Isar, hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Thank you. I love your fucking Black Panther emoji thing there. Chad, I hope you've all been chilling, man. Sorry, I was locked in with Hughes. We get him so long. He's across the planet. It's 3 a.m. He wants to watch Daredevil. So, yeah, man, you know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So let's divert our attention. We got AEW news as Hangman chases down MJF. I have been watching. Now, I didn't watch Evolve, and I'll tell you why. Because I went on my Tubi, and it wasn't on there. So I don't know if it's because it's only in American Tubi or their deal's only for Tubi US. I have no fucking clue. But yeah, that is on them. So I'll watch it after. I'll figure out a way if my life depends on it. So I want to divert your guys' attention to a meme that I made that fucking started blowing up. 1.1K likes. Even I liked it because it blew up. But when I saw it blowing up, that's when I liked it too because it was so funny. But 1.1 is like pretty fucking crazy for likes, man, if you think about it. For like something to be actually liked, you know? So that's awesome. I'm glad. And when I came on the air, it was at like 125 likes or something. So not even close to that. But Dave Meltzer when AEW has a match, Dave Meltzer when WWE shocks the world. I just thought of that for some reason because the faces of Cena was like being memed so much. And it was sort of just the same, like when this thing. And I'm like, well, how do we do something funny, you know, and make it about AEW to trigger people, you know? And so, yeah, it was fucking, it was Meltzer and I thought that was funny. I patted myself on the back for that. I'll let you guys look at that one. We're going to get into AEW news. I'm going to check in with Chad a little more too. I haven't forgot about y'all. Don't you forget about me. Yeah, let me just AEW news, I think is the way. I'm looking miscellaneous. No, we went through that all. Oh, yeah, that's right. I had planned in my head. I was like, Hughesy's on. We're jumping right into WWE news, but it was like, nah. We got to do some TNA stuff first. MJF did nothing wrong is on his shirt or whatever. Okay, everybody in the chat, a big hearty Ichi ni Sanda. for AEW news. I think we fucked it up one more time altogether now. Oh, okay, we did it all at the same time. Good stuff. So let's see what's cooking with chat over here. Some guy says, did they show Dave on cam? On cam? I wasn't on cam. No, dude, he's probably sitting backstage on a fucking throne with a Kool-Aid drink and eating fucking chicken tendies like he's being treated like Dominic Mysterio, bro. Right? Not even joking, dude. He's probably getting fanned down by fucking Joshi wrestlers and, you know, treated like a god. I'm the god of everything, of every match rating. Right? So I don't know if he was shown on camera. MJG says that was a fire trailer for AEW pay-per-views on Prime, but no way WBD approved that if they plan to have pay-per-views this year, and they 100% had to approve that sub-license. So MJ, thank you for the transition into AEW news there. There was a fire trailer for AEW pay-per-views on Prime. I didn't even watch the full trailer. I'm probably going to watch it with you guys here, obviously. Now, AEW's on Prime with their pay-per-views. We're going to talk about that. Some people feel like they're hustled. Ricochet's flat out making fun of AEW fans. I mean, he's healing, so let him do his thing. MJF's going to light someone on fire. Ugh, fuck this show. But, yeah, so they're saying they had to approve that sub-license. I don't know about all that. Listen, yes, it is a sub-license. Like, I believe WBD. What did I tell you all? I was like, WBD is going to scrape off the top, or if a deal comes along with someone else, they're going to go do that, and we want 5% or we want 10 or whatever. I don't know. That's just what I predicted way before from listening to people smarter than me. That's how these things could work too. They are working with AEW, so if they can peel a little off the top of them going to Prime with the pay-per-views, sure, go do a deal with them. And it's weird because that thing did say that later this year. We'll get into it, but the memo that came out or whatever the fuck, the press statement or the advertisement, whatever you want to call it, that came out saying AEW is streaming on Max. It did say that later in 2025 there would be like cheaper pay-per-view prices or whatever. Now, is that still the case? That's what if I was a fan who's on Max, I'd be like, what the fuck? But clearly they're looking at the numbers and they realize the outcry from that isn't going to be so significant that they don't just go to fucking Prime. And then they can still sell their pay-per-views at a discount later. It's not like that's not going anywhere, but I question, is it? No one clarified that. So it's not being a hater, right, MJ? Just a fucking question. Is it going to still, or are they going to, was that a little bit of a swindle there? But plans change, card subject to change, pal. So I thought for sure with my Prime sub, it would be discounted, listed at $50. Damn. So so that's what the UFC, so they're pulling a UFC. What UFC does on ESPN is you get ESPN Plus, and then you get a discount. It's like $50, but you got to pay your $8 a month or whatever the fuck for ESPN Plus. So yeah, it works. And when you're doing pay-per-views and shit a little bit, like you're able to get money and then there's like a whole deal. And if WBD got even 5% of that, then they're happy. So I'm not like shocked by it. And it is a good big deal for them, but it's just so, I don't know. I put a tweet out about it. I was like, it just feels so like, well, then what's up with the whole Max? Like you guys are pushing Max so hard. Now it's like, and go to Prime over here. What the fuck? Now it's two different. I thought the streaming wars and the whole it's Max and the Max numbers are. So if they expect us to believe that there's hundreds of thousands of people watching AEW, this is where Dave gets owned, Dave Meltzer. Okay. If they expect us to believe that hundreds of thousands of people are watching AEW on Max, and then all of a sudden it's like, and you guys go over to Prime to watch, like, obviously those numbers aren't significant enough to where they're even worried about that. They're just like, fuck them. They'll get them anyways. The people watching on Max, they'll go find AEW anyways. That's what it screams to me. That's what nobody's really pointing out. I try to point out the shit no one's really pointing out, but to me, it just screams like you spent all this time being like, oh, Max. But go to Prime if you want the pay-per-view, though. And I'm sorry on Max, they're not even on there. And if they are, you pay a fucking premium, and we'll give you a discount maybe later this year or whatever the fuck. I just don't know. It's messy. WWE Evolve on YouTube in Canada. Thank you, Ray J's World. I'm going to put it on next week. When it's on, I will watch it at the same time. I'll have to watch the replay. I looked on Tubi. I could not find it. So that's a US thing on Tubi. YouTube on in Canada, which I'm happy about. That's smart. That's where you put that show. It's Dark Elevation. It's dark. You put that shit on YouTube. That's the place to do it. I have Prime with no ads. Revolution is listed at $40 or $50. That's wild, dude. But that's the UFC model. So, but they're just not a product like the UFC. That's why it doesn't work, man. But anyways, we'll get into that a little more as we trudge along. Here's the rest of AEW news. Okay. So, Big Boom AJ. Now, someone leaked DMs. These could be AI, though. These could be totally made up. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. You want to know why? Because Awful Wrestling got sent some shit. If you guys remember, we rewind to Grand Slam Scam, and he was sent some shit about Kyle Fletcher had to go help get their ring or whatever. And then, Awful said it, and he's like, but hey, man, I don't know. Like, I'm taking it with a grain of salt, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's what I'm told. And he tweeted it out, and he's like, if this is true, and people got mad, called him dumb. But then QT Marshall came out and was like, he stooged it. He's like, yeah, we got the ring from PWA or whatever. So then it just confirmed what Awful was told, more or less, okay? He can get into more detail, but it just confirmed, because Fletcher's, whatever. So now he's more inclined to believe, let's say. So I don't know if the same person sent him this or where he got this, but I'll give Awful the benefit of the doubt. Maybe someone's like, no, this is doctored. I think it's cringe to leak DMs. Right. I think that's cringe shit to do. So anyways, though, but we have to, it's in the IWC. We're not going to ignore it. That's what we do here at PWT. So Big Boom AJ is like, hey, we're in LA this week. And he's just asking influencers to come, but Awful's laughing at him. He's like, you guys able to come in my AEW match at the Crypto Arena and stream? And then this guy's like, I'm not here. I'm going to London. And then Big Boom's like, think any of the other guys would want to come? And then he's like, all of us are going. And just this, I'm not here, I'm going to London. All of us are going. That seems so don't message me. In my opinion, I don't know. And then Doom, laughy faces, have a good time, boom. And at least he's a good guy, and he's not being like an asshole about it or is mad or whatever. I don't know if this is an own, he's just asking his influencer friends to be there. But yeah, this just got shared around a lot and went kind of viral. So you got to have a laugh at that. And it's funny how he said Doom. And we were talking about who are these podcasts earlier, and they recently did one on the Big Boom People's Podcast. It is the most insane thing. I implore you all, look up their podcast. Every episode, let's say they're on episode 6, they give 6 booms. So they're like, boom, 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 boom. And it's like, and then someone said on who are these podcasts? They're like, what happens when they get to episode 86? Or, are you doing 12 booms when you get to episode 12? That's crazy. So, anyways, MJF says he will make over $15 million in current AEW contract and addresses his future. Now, it's funny. That's always what anybody can really flex. Never we made history in this building or this. I don't know. It's never anything. I know people are like, oh, the biggest gate, you got gouged. It's like, okay. If AEW sold the most pay-per-views ever, you'd all be like, oh, they sold them. You know what I mean? So it's just stupid. You pick your victories, you pick your losses. But that's all anyone can say. Oh, I have so much money. It was like Monet, right? She's eating in the camera and she's like, I fucking am the richest I've ever been. Fucka offa. And it's like, okay, I get that. But, when it comes down to the wrestling aspect, I mean, I don't know. He's about to light Christian Cage on fire. They interrupted it. Thank God. I don't know. He's become a little stale and just kind of cringe in public. More of that later. But Jeff Jarrett is involved with the revival of the legendary game publisher Acclaim. So earlier I saw in chat, everyone was yapping about video games. thanks to Plenty and Pixel Art in chat, I successfully modded my fucking Wii, my Nintendo Wii. I hacked it in Minecraft and I emulate it, but I didn't do it. This was just like some shit that happened in a dream I once had, right? Allegedly. Where's Husey? Here, I put it on the soundboard. So
allegedly.
Right? So, but yeah, thanks for hitting me up with that. And it's like, I don't know. I've had so much fun with that, and Acclaim made so many golden games back then. So thank God Jeff Jarrett's involved. Hey, I got something for you. Jeff Jarrett's Pro Wrestling, right? Would you guys play that? They did. I think Game Boy did something where they made a game, like a Grimace game for Game Boy after the fact, and you can only like emulate it. Right? I don't know if they even sold cartridges, but they did it like years after Game Boys are already discontinued or whatever the fuck, whatever Game Boy they're on, like the old school ones. That'd be crazy if he's like Jeff Jarrett's Wrestling and made a game with Acclaim for like Super Nintendo, but like you could only play it if you had a Super Nintendo or if you like ROM'd it, like emulated it off the fucking, off the internet or whatever. Okay, let's see. Guys, keep a lookout for any, like, shoot situations. Okay? Thunder and Bane are in the ring together. So just keep a lookout, and hopefully they squash that shit. And hopefully nothing. Well, I know you guys are all bloodthirsty. You're like, oh, please, let the hate flow through you. You're all like, yes, fight. Join the dark side, But I'm like, dude, I pray they don't get into like an ugly situation that just hurts AEW more, Anyways, victim in domestic violence case. I shouldn't have said that on YouTube. In DVK, we're on X tonight, folks. Case against Bear Boulder asked. Yeah, I guess after Husey was on, none of that really matters. That's all out the fucking window. Asks for charges to be dropped. So the victim asked for the charges to be dropped. Now, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We read it on the show before. He's a big dude, man. And he got in a fight with a woman, I guess is how we word it. And there's no mutual combat there, I don't think. And he was like standing on her, apparently. Now that's all allegedly too. We don't know. I wasn't in the fucking room, but the charges are asking to be dropped. So I don't know if we'll ever see him hired by WWE or in AEW again, but goddamn. Hopefully, like, everyone's okay. I mean, there was damage done. So, yeah, iconic game publisher Acclaim has been resurrected with wrestler Jeff Jarrett on its advisory board. So good for him. Saraya's brother Zach Knight has departed AEW. His contract expired. Now I think Saraya, her deal's up in September. I'm not saying Zach Knight should go to WWE or anything like that. You all saw the movie. They didn't want him. However, I will say this. He does have a good look, and there's something about him. He's not terrible in the ring or anything. He's not as good if you look at like Paige Saraya at her peak, I think she clearly gets it a little more, but it's in their blood. And he's an older chap, so I'm not going to say send him to NXT. I don't know if they're in town and they need a jobber or something. I'm not diminishing him, but AEW I thought would have been the place for him. Maybe a TNA or something will look at him now a little. But this is where like Tony Khan owning ROH fucking sucks. Because even if he was like partnered with ROH, there'd be that outlet. There'd be that fucking place where, because ROH now is just like a nothing burger. So I don't know. Let's see. So far, Megan Bain's like really touching Statlander and largely just ignoring Rosa, if you guys are noticing. So I think they don't want them to cross paths there. Anyways, moving along. Yeah, someone in chat said pay Gorn. Yeah, I hope not. Don't subject yourself to that, Zach Knight. Al Snow says John Moxley, Edge, Mercedes Moné. No. And Saraya have all lost their shine in AEW on the brand. Vince Russo's the brand, bro. Yeah, I love that I was popping Husey with my Russo fucking impression. That's how you know it's a good one. But yeah, here's Al Snow. Yeah, sort of just saying what we all know. For Edge, it doesn't really. I mean, he's in that era where it doesn't really fucking matter fully. It's not. Well, he was just wrestling Yuta, bro, on a go home to the pay-per-view. Maybe that does matter. Yeah, maybe I'll shut the fuck up. Every time I try and go, well, maybe AEW, it just never works out. You know, they make me look fucking stupid every time. So let's listen to what Al Snow has to say.
And remember when Moxley had went over for, he was like the first guy to jump, remember? And I remember on the show, I brought it up like a couple months later. I was like, is it just me? Or was Moxley a star in WWE and now in AEW? Like, he doesn't, like, the shines went off of him and nobody cares, you know, anymore. Back, you know, when he first jumped, it was like, whoa, and the shine went off fast. Edge went over there and, you know, and boy, the shines just went right off of him too. Several guys who have jumped from WWE and went there, like that rub off of WWE just gets erased, and then they just get lost in the shuffle. Mercedes Moné, again, Sarai.
She gets like anti-reactions. Monet does, so that's irrefutable. Edge, I mean, they still pop for him everywhere. Like, he's just one of those guys. It's like when Jericho was first in AEW. You know, everyone's like, okay, it's fucking Jericho. That's how we can lure some people who used to watch wrestling over to this shit. Edge is kind of like that, and he's not like washed or anything, you know. So he's just a guy where they're still popping for him. Christian can get over to, you know, like they react because he knows what he's doing. But I understand what Al's saying. Like, I agree. You know, people like Monet, who their prime, you could argue maybe it's her prime. Maybe her prime is a little bit before she went to AEW, but you could argue. And like, she's gonna spend it here. Just I don't know. It upsets me. That's why I feel bad for people like Rosa, who has to go here and deal with this fuck shit. You know, like Megan Bain. I guess she's bigger. She doesn't need to bump for everything. That's just David versus Goliath type stuff. But it's like she's got to deal with this like unprofessional shit, and she's past her prime now. And they didn't capitalize when she was hot. You know, that's what makes me sad. But yeah, as far as he's gonna name some other folk here. We'll give our thoughts.
Yeah, you know, just wipes the shine off of them, and it dulls them down, and they no longer look like stars. It's really, really surprising, you know, and that has to do with that lack of leadership and direction and singular vision. And Tony's taking an approach with, you know, bringing these ex-WWE guys over just for that initial pop.
Hurt Business, getting a little lost in the shuffle. Hey, no, chat? Am I wrong on that, chat? Let me know.
Of a reaction.
Like, they're dope, and I like seeing them, but it's just, okay, now what? You know, where's the big, like, what? I don't know. It just seems like you could build to so much more. You could be building such an exciting tag division around them. You know, Tony's just like, when we get Cedric the trios belts, like, you know, that's all that's on his mind already.
And then, like, okay, well, now I've got an extra action figure. I'm just going to put it back in the case, and, you know, we'll bring it out when we think it fits, you know. So he doesn't have a direct plan or an idea of, you know, what, you know.
And that's what Husey, and I did Chris Connor's show as well, last call, like yesterday or the day before. Make sure you check that out yesterday, I think. And they both have the same criticism. And Husey, who was on earlier, you know, it's like WWE's going to get bloated too. And then what? The same shit's going to happen. So, yeah. I just think, well, maybe, I don't know. They seem to do a better job of balancing it out. But with that being said, everyone who leaves AEW, also, I don't want to see them go to WWE. Like, if Edge was in WWE, what the fuck would he honestly be doing? You know, not wrestling Yuta, I guess, not hurting himself, but it's like, where would he fit? It would be Edge versus Breaker or something. That would cook, not going to lie. But but it would just be him taking a spot from someone else, too. So, I don't know. I don't get so hard on with like, oh, they're fucking, hello. No, I don't. When they're talking about legends, I don't worry about it too much. But yeah, when you're, and I guess you could say like Lashley and them are legends, too. You could. But yeah, it's like Ricochet, who I worry about coming over, getting lost in the shuffle. Him, though, he surpassed as well. But Yeah, Monet, I feel like, is the perfect example. She's just like a whatever, like no one cares when she comes out, and she was assigned to such a big deal. Okada is a great example. So to take it away from WWE, right? He's like the best wrestler in the world comes over. It's just like, okay, who gives a shit? So there is many examples of that. So MJF said, if you ask a WWE star, have you been watching AEW? And they say no. One of two things is happening. One, they are lying through their fucking teeth. Or two, they don't care enough about this industry to study what's going on in it. You need to study. That's why Dave Meltzer quoted that. You need to study, MJF. Tony Khan. Here's the thing, right? I don't know. I hit a Brian there, but I covered on the last show, Eddie Kingston was just like, yo, dog, I don't even watch AEW. I watch old school Noah and New Japan. That's what he said he's watching. So, no. This is just, I know MJF's working too, but he just tried to cover his ass because they're like, did you see, right before they asked him, I watched the interview, and they're like, did you see the John Cena turn? And he's like, well, of course I did. Well, you know, if anybody's saying that they don't watch the other show, like, he had to cover his ass and be like, well, everybody's lying if they say that they're not, because he knows, dude. But ultimately, yeah, they just like, that was a glorified squash on Thunder Rosa. And then she wipes her feet on her. Wow. This feels like a burial chat. What the fuck, Thunder? Ask for your release. Conan, do you know? Can you connect Bubba? Uncle Bully, where are you? Ask for a fucking, get WWE to buy her out. And just put her on the main roster right away. Fuck beings, man. Anyways, here's the thing, though. Eddie Kingston was saying that Queen of the Ring is sponsoring AEW, and I quote tweeted out too. We have it later in the show here where they're all at the premiere, and I was like, did they all have to do earmuffs during Cornette's parts? But anyways, though. Yeah, Eddie Kingston was saying he doesn't even watch AEW, bro. You just were about to say you watch WWE and you knew that was going to like cause you some flack. So you quickly fucking just threw that in there. Jamie Hayter is in the process of getting her visa renewed and is back in the U.S. Now, do you want to know what's funny? This is what Fightful's saying. But after... So Fightful, I have to have him blocked because he has me blocked. And so he'll just write shit under my shit if I don't have him blocked as well, which is corny. But anyways, so Sean Ross Sapp is like, update coming to FightfulSelect.com today. And then Hater's like, I'll save you all the cash and the concern. See, this is the thing. If Husey came on the show and was like, yo, I heard Disco talking shit about this. You know, he talks to people in WWE, whatever. If, fucking Chad Gable might get a wig like Kurt Angle. And we're all like, that's preposterous. Meanwhile, he has music where we go, you suck. And he does everything like fucking Kurt Angle. You know what I mean? He does the ankle lock and he wears gear just like, but we're all like, even I'm like, that's ridiculous. It's like, he could fucking totally do that. But anyways, Haters like, I'll save you all the cash and the concern, right? This is how you talk about gossip. You gossip about it and you just talk shit and make jokes about whatever the fuck Husey was joking about, making us all die laughing, right? That's how you do it. You don't fucking go join my secret message board over here where I'm going to shit talk people who I have blocked on Twitter over in this fucking, Anyways, I'll save you all the cash and the concern. Just getting a new visa, no big deal, no issues. Cheers. And it was also floating around, oh, she might leave. Yeah, I'd love to see her in NXT. I think she's even a girl who's main roster ready. She's like above a lot of the girls in AEW and that's a few that are on the main roster WWE. I'd honestly say that if you gave her the ball, I think she could really run with it. But I'm not like itching. More of these big name women come to WWE right now. There's so many, So again, yeah, word if she's leaving, whatever. But she just clarified that all up. I'll save you the cash and the concern, just getting a new visa. So there you go, right? And then Fightful goes, Jamie Hayter is in the process of getting her visa renewed and is back in the UK. Oh, really? Oh, I wonder how you figured that one out, right? Oh, shit. So I posted this too, like when I saw this, I'm like, oh, the Max deal's going swimmingly. So this was a day before the Amazon thing was announced, We have fans going, like Tuke Timbo going, hello at AEW on TV. Will we be able to live stream AEW Revolution 2025 on Max? They're getting no word about it. They don't know. So these are some of the people who are watching it, okay? And on Max, right? And they don't know what the fuck's going on with it. And then all of a sudden, like today, this Amazon thing gets announced. Maybe I'll look up these people's accounts and see what the fuck they're saying. Like, oh shit, I got to get Prime now. I'd love an update. But yeah, here's another fan quote tweeting that and going, I'm tired. Let us stream pay-per-views on Max already. So that's what I mean. The whole push was like Max, Max, Max. And you got people who are like, hey, yeah, I'll fucking check this out on Max. Maybe they signed up for Max. And they might even be willing to pay a bit of a premium. But has that been rolled out yet? That's so unclear to me. I don't even know. Where's my I don't know in honor of Lex Luger, dude? Hopefully being in the fucking Hall of Fame.
I don't know!
But now it's like Prime for this one day a month, but Max everywhere else. It's such a botch optically, man. That's what they don't understand. The marketing's messy, and it does feel like, I think what Ref MJ from NJ said earlier on, he super chatted and he's been tweeting about, he's been retracting some stuff. I don't know what's all going on there, but I think ultimately what it is that it, for me, how I interpreted it, I was like, as a fan, dude, this is just weird. Like, you were just pushing Max. Now it's, oh, but you got to buy the pay-per-view Prime or whatever pay-per-view provider you have. And didn't they just do something with Bleacher Report recently? So is that a fumble too? Someone smarter than me's got to explain it to me, all of the intricacies. But just, I look at the fans, bro. I'm a fan. Look at these people. Like, come on, dude. I bet both of them have me blocked. You know what I mean? And they're like, come on, dude. AEW Collision did a 280,000 rating against Elimination Chamber. Neckbeards with his fucking yeah, so I mean, I don't know, point the finger and laugh. I guess it's close to 300K. That's close to their usual normal number now, right? Which is 350K. Report, Ray Phoenix may have agreed to a non-disparagement clause as part of his AEW release. And I quote tweeted that. I was like, no shit. You the best guys, dude? Tony Khan. It's great. Can't get out of your contract unless you do that, bro. So here were the AEW stars, and there were WWE ones too. So I'm not trying to make this like a tribalistic thing, but the joke has to be made. Oh, when Cornette was on screen, did y'all have to cover your baby ears or what? You know, were you all allowed to tell Tony? Did Tony not attend? He seems to attend everything. Oh, we got the pay-per-view, and I'll sit here for 3 hours at the press conference, and then I have the All-Star game and the trade deadline for the Jaguars is coming up. This is great. Time cop. But I'll just go tomorrow, then travel back. We built one of those. My dad invented it, Time Cop. So it's like, he didn't show up, and it's good these people are there. I'm not trying to roast it either, but the joke has to be made, right? Like, yo, Cornette's there. Were you all even allowed to fucking watch? But let's take a look, man. Ladies looking magnificent. Of course, Nana's up in there. That's our guy. And, yeah, there's Athena. You know, Sky Blue over here. She's ready to come back. She's great. She needs NXT real bad. And then Julia Hart needs NXT real bad. Real bad. You know? Because she's still a little fucky in the ring with some of her moves. It's like, you're going to really hurt yourself again or somebody else, and it's not going to be good. You got to, I don't know, man. NXT, she's an NIL, right? She was a cheerleader or something. That would really, an NIL, we're referring, you're either ID or NIL, pal. Get in the line. Yeah, we're factory farming them. Ref MJ from NJ pointed this out, that they're doing a giveaway. So what did you point out here? I forget. Oh, yeah, the belt says from the 2023 world champions of the World Series. And then he makes the joke like only AEW could come up with a way to stay in 2023. Like when they were hot, you know. That's a good one. Badoomps. Julia, we need a badoomps. Okay, thank you. Julia's the best. Breaking. AEW's just announced a partnership with Amazon Prime Video to broadcast their pay-per-view. We talked about this before. All AEW pay-per-views starting this weekend will be available to purchase on the service. Now, I'm sure it'll be available other places. This isn't like an own. This is a good thing for them. They just got fucking some money for this. But it's messy optically again, as I pointed out before. Okay, because maybe there's Max people who even like pay for Max who were like, what? I thought I was getting discount, you know? Oh, I guess I'll just go to Prime for a bit. Like, do you got to sign up for Prime and give them your email and shit? Because if you do, then that's cringe, bro. That's fucking whack. People are trying to reduce doing that as much as possible, you know? So I don't know about all that, man. It's a little messy, but I'll say this. Good for them getting however much, I'm sure. Dave Meltzer, well, the checks are rolling in. $3.6 million a week, Brian. So who knows? I don't know how much it'll be, but that's a good thing. And I'm sure, yes, WBD pulled some off the top. And there's not even a problem with that. And hopefully this fucking helps them. Okay? For the haters out there, there's no problem with this. But hopefully it helps them is all I'm going to say. Because to me, I'm like, whoa. Join us on TBS for the pre-show and YouTube, and also over on Bleacher Report and Amazon Prime for the pay-per-view, and for the make sure you tune into TNT or TBS depending on when, you know. Holy fuck, man, just reel it in a little bit, right? And I know US fans might go, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. I'm a sicko and I'm here for AEW. Okay? And I think it's messy over here in the United States of America as far as where things are airing. But is it really? Just think about it. Pay-per-views on Peacock, been that way for a while. They didn't. Here's the difference. Ready? Can I tell you all the difference? They've already been on WWE. If we're going to compare them, if we're going to go, well, what about WWE? Okay, let's fucking steelman or invent an argument in our heads here for a sicko, right? They would say, well, what about WWE? Just their pay-per-views or Peacock. Here's the difference, though. Like, they've been on Peacock for a long ass time, and they didn't roll out this, hey, we're on Peacock thing in the midst, like right after the Netflix thing. You know what I mean? Like relatively the same time. It feels like this push for Max, we're like a month into the Max streaming thing, or no, 2 months now. Yeah. And then now it's like pay-per-views are on Prime after the question of, oh, well, we were told later this year, the first quarter's almost up, and we were told later this year we're going to get a discounted pay-per-view. I don't fucking know, man. That's the way I interpret it. But yeah, that's just me. Here we go. This guy, here's some MJF kind of getting owned, okay, online. So, and I added one here too. Eddie Kingston just the other day was like, fuck that other company. He's like, I don't even watch AEW, bro. He was just saying that in an interview. The next day, MJF's responding to this guy going, so this guy says, question, as someone new to watching wrestling, do talent in AEW and WWE have beef with each other like the tribalism between the fan bases have online? And here's what I hate is when MJF is like, no, well, hate's a strong word, but he's like, no. Yeah, I bet some of the wrestlers are beefy. I bet some of the young ones coming up too are going to have that in their mind. I get that a lot of the wrestlers are friends, but this person's asking you like, dude, the fan bases online, are you guys as tribalistic? No, fuck no. This is the right answer. But I do not like how MJF just sort of is like, I make 15 million and I'll go win the next bidding war. And no, John Cena's my friend and the Federation's cool. And it's not like a don't like to punch you in the face kind of thing, right? Go away. Or you guys get what I'm saying? It's not heat. Like, I want to see this guy get beaten up. I want to see someone punch him in the face. And it's not like that. It used to be like that with MJF, but this is just like, he's always just talking about WWE for fuck's sakes. And I get it. People ask about it. You ignore so many people. If you look at an MJF tweet, there's so many trolls under his shit. And it's like, you respond to this to try and say, no, there's not tribalism. Meanwhile, your fucking boss is on TV going, the Harvey Weinstein. And it's just like, bro, you know, nah, it's not that. You tell your boss that then. Tell your boss that. Well, when's the last time he's tweeted about WWE? Well, when's the last time he's come out and said, none of you fucks tweet about or talk about WWE? Or I'll fucking fire you. When's the last time he didn't, you know, bring up when one of these meltdowns happens, these bald assholes, or the one time he's like, the Friday Night Wars? I know because it was in court. It's like, yeah, this tribalism is largely from the leadership. So it's good that the wrestlers, I guess, are saying this, but at the same time, like, don't front, dude. Don't even answer this, because then it just gets spun into a fucking tribal thing. But also, there's tribalism in every sport and every fucking, we talk about it all the time. McDonald's, Burger King, Coke, Pepsi. WWE, AEW. Do you like? Are you a fucking Eagles fan or a Falcons fan or whatever? Right? What team do you like? The Lakers or the Celtics? There's always that debate. Even right now, do you like Raw or SmackDown better? It can be had there can be tribalism within tribes, So but this is what I dislike is the rest of his comment. Let's just listen. He's like, thankfully the monopolization stopped. I agree with that. However, that's the problem. Tony starts scooping up indies and funding people behind the scenes and helping out Rev Pro and Maple Leaf Pro, and they don't make this big formal announcement, and it's claps and applause, and then WWE's like, hey, we're going to work with indies. And then everyone's like, man, they can't use their own names. They're not going to be allowed to fucking do they're going to ruin the indie, blah, 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 blah. But Tony does it silently and privately, and that's okay. WWE does it publicly because they're a publicly traded company, and it's like, thank God that this fucking, it's not even that, well, it is a monopoly. It was sort of, that's what Vince was doing, but it just took one billionaire. But even then, TNA was still going at it with WWE. You know what I mean? Like, they still took swings. They had 2 million people watching them at one point, right? ROH was still existing. It was still thriving. The pandemic took ROH out. Don't let that ever get twisted. The pandemic took them out, okay? And them agreeing like, yeah, we'll fucking pay everyone and shit. And they did that by selling it, So, yeah, I would just say that, here, let me check with chat. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I've been going off myself now. Ed Brown says, came in late and just caught up, but Greg Miller is from Kinda Funny. He did some pre-shows and hosted This Is Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I didn't know who you were. You fucked up! You fucked up! Give myself a you effed up. And thanks for being here, Ed Brown. I really appreciate you and your support. And yeah, the replay will be up on youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. You can become a member, 99 cents, Patreon. If you support what I do, I just do like funny watch-alongs, and I'm watching like Tough Enough and shit like that. And also follow me on X @ProWrestleTimes. And Phil Marks Out is a new channel I'm doing that's coming soon as well. That's like more pop culture based and stuff. Thank you all for being here. Damian Deese became a YouTube member. Here we go. Love it. I'm getting an ad right now that I'm seeing that says American Idol new season on the Roku channel, dude. So, like, isn't that a big show still, American Idol, or is that falling completely off? America, you tell me. But I can watch it for free on Roku in Canada, bro. That's pretty crazy, the new season, no? Anyways, from one fake reality show to another fake reality show over here, Pro Wrestling, right? Yo, what's this entrance, though? For the Hounds of Hell. Fuck yeah, that Tron is lit. And the fire and shit. Hell yeah. Sorry. Very eye-grabbing. Anyways, though, back to this, okay? MJF responds to this, and he goes, no, we have lives. We enjoy all wrestling. 2 companies existing gets us the pay that wrestlers should have been getting in the first place. No one disputes that. Thankfully, the monopolization stopped. But let's just take a look. Someone put together a very brilliant compilation video here that kind of owns MJF a bit. Now, do you guys think that's actually a real tat, or did he get a fake one to unveil it on this episode, and then then it's actually removed? What do you guys think? It's hidden by his boots, so we'll never know. And it would have been easy for them to just airbrush it on that Dynamite or show someone else's leg. That's how easy that is. But for real, though, it's such like a ink blob of a shit trash tattoo. This guy's rich. He's young. You don't think he looked up a real, like, this looks like a fake tat or some shit. What do you guys think, chat? Let me know.
With New Japan Pro Wrestling for the U.S. title. So you must have really gotten a lot done in the...
See, and you guys see what I'm saying? Here's Tony Khan shitting on TNA and WWE on TNA's TV time. And now they're working with WWE, stomping all over AEW. And it's like, no, there's no tribalism. It's like you got Tony Khan and fucking Tony Schiavone talking shit on TV, bro. What are you talking about?
With New Japan Pro Wrestling for the U.S. title. So you must have really gotten a lot done in the 2 months, Nick. In fact, I think there's only room for one Khan in the wrestling business, Nick. And it's me. It's Tony Khan. It's not some con man from Connecticut.
What the fuck, man? You all remember that? Jesus. And Scott D'Amore was like, nah, it's cool. Just don't say shit. Just let him do his thing. And now that he's gone, now that Scott D'Amore's gone from TNA, and you look at Maple Leaf Pro and the talent that are working there, confirms everything we said. They have a working relationship, right? So that's all I'm saying, man. He played his cards right there for sure. For sure, Scott D'Amore did. He's a smart man, right?
Have a fun show tonight, Nick.
Because it doesn't burn a bridge for him. It's not like WWE's going to be mad at D'Amore for having this fed, right? But he just keeps the mess off him. That's very smart. I know some people gave him shit for that, but that was smart of D'Amore at the time, you know?
So, Lynn, you understand I was built for this. I never wanted to go to WWF, AEW, whatever they called it. I look at that wrestling and I don't like it. I've looked at King's Road, style of wrestling, loved it. Strong style, loved it. Japanese professional wrestling is the greatest professional wrestling in the world.
Boom. Among the male prospects attending the camp, he went to a whole WWE camp. I never saw that wrestling and thought it was good. Never. I never saw it. I never liked it. I saw the Joshis in Stardom. I was like, bing, bang, boom. That's for me. Not this fake federation shit over there. Look, dude, here's in the best shape of his life, too. Knowing full fucking well he couldn't come in all half-assed. He attended a whole ass camp. The War King Eddie Kingston, a 14-year vet who has brawled against the likes of Kevin Owens, Dean Ambrose, and Samoa Joe. Fucking guy literally tried out for the Fed. Oh, that's not me, man. That's AI. I swear it. Fuck, man. It's so cringe. This is why the tribalism exists so hard. I'm telling you on the WWE side. Because, yes, WWE people made fun of, like, if they saw something dumb happen in ROH and a clip goes viral or something, yeah, you make fun of it because it's wrestling. But none of them were, like, actively, we got to destroy AEW. That came from all this shit. I'm fucking telling you, man. They had all the goodwill behind them. And then it just, once people realized, oh, Tony really this is a mess, you know, and they're not doing anything to fix it. Like 2 years deep. Like it always trended downward, but so does everything kind of, right? Like you're never as big as your first season or whatever they say in the television industry, right? Like the sequel's never as big or as good as it's a rare occasion. It's just that they, like, when people realize it's not that Tony was no good. It's not even that. It's just like Cody Rhodes left, and then everyone realized, oh, Tony won't actually do anything to solve anything. And then that went on for years. And then you're like, okay, it's fucked. You know, 3 years later, you're like, okay, this whole thing's fucked. But Eddie Kingston, bro, you tried out for WWE. Don't fucking cap. That's silly. Right?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Because the competition sometimes doesn't want to hear their fans. Well, yes. Oh.
It's quiet on Twitter's end. I'm sorry.
Oh, I guess I'm burning another bridge. Surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, AEW cares about their fans. Because we are not here just to get ourselves a paycheck. We're here every week.
We're here not to just get a paycheck. We're here for the fans. Meanwhile, they're all getting the biggest paychecks they've ever had in their lives. And that's not a bad thing, but you have got to be shitting me, bro. He feels so rejected by WWE.
Without you people, and we come out here, we bust our asses. Because we love professional wrestling. I will give the devil his due, but you saw a match between Kenny Omega and my dude Jungle Boy that you will not see on the other channel.
Jungle Boy. Mercedes Monea Vernado says, if I listened to the people I wanted the people I wanted in AEW, the other place would sign them. The other place would sign them. The other place, you know, that evil place. If I talk to anyone, they'll sign them up right away.
Are you sure about that?
Yesterday, one of my favorite days, including great visits with fans and media, a trip to LA for the most fulfilling meeting of my life with WBD leadership, dinner with my dad and Dana White, where I got to break the news to Dana about Money in the Bank, moving to MGM. And then Dana White gets in business with WWE. I promise you Dana White was laughing at Tony fucking Khan. I promise you. This week, 2 active decades-long rating streaks from 2 great legends were ended. Imagine Tony tweeting this out. This is the one where I threw my hands up and I was like, nah, I'll just roast this guy forever. This was the part when NXT originally beat Dynamite head-to-head. And Tony Khan goes, this week, 2 active decades-long rating streaks from 2 great legends were ended. With all due respect, until this week's head-to-head AEW on TBS versus WWE on USA, neither John Cena nor Undertaker had never been on a WWE show with under 1 million total viewers, under 400K in the demo. It's great. He took a shot at them, man, for having less than 1 million viewers, Undertaker and Cena. I think right there, that's when the fucking, speaking of Undertaker, that's when the gong hit for AEW, dude.
Normally I wouldn't rise to this type of bait, but seeing as the guy that said it is only in the position he's in because he was grinding on the boss's daughter.
Yeah, that's fucked. And then he wrestled a fat schlub who dressed like Triple H. And then I went, Chris Van Vliet was like, what questions do you want me to ask Will Ospreay? And I went under there. I'm like, ask him why he's so obsessed with Triple H. I'm being kind of serious, though. For real. And people were like, you think that's obsessed? I'm like, well, kind of. They're like, you don't even know the stipulation to that match. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Someone booked a fat guy to come out to Triple H's music and pretend to be him. Like, what's the Triple H? Oh, we dress up like other wrestlers who are over and we do a battle royal. Okay, well, someone picked Triple H and had them square off with Ospreay. So don't fucking that's just what it is. So Ricochet, man, he completely destroys some of the sickos. Like, he goes at the fucking AEW fans himself, because who else could he possibly be talking about? Dave Meltzer goes, actually, apparently, there has, actually, except, there has been, confusion, regarding, AEW, Amazon Prime pay-per-view deal. The shows will remain as pay-per-views, Brian. On Amazon Prime, today's announcement is just confirmation of the reports from January. And then Ricochet goes, I love how dumb people are. Apparently they all forgot what pay-per-view means, LOL. Like, bro, are you talking about the AEW fans who are like, hey, we want to see this on Max? Oh, never mind. Are you talking about them? I have Prime, so I should be able to watch for free as they rent, buy movies, TV shows, and more. Idiots, man, idiots. So he's calling, like, the people who already have Prime and are like, what? I don't get it for free with my Prime subscription, I guess. Is that a lot of AEW fans? Do a lot of AEW fans? What's the market share there? What's the challenge? Is Max a challenger, Brett? No. Fuck all that dumb shit. This is what I'm saying, bro. This is all messy and dumb, and even you're saying Confucius shit. You're dissing who? Who is this even directed at? I have Prime in Canada, and I don't know if they're even on Prime in Canada. I have to figure that out too. So it's, to me, I don't know. Maybe my interpretation, I beat this to death already, but just to me, I was like, well, it's weird you push Max than Prime. I think that's the L here. And Ricochet just, I don't know. He's healing, though. What I really think Ricochet's doing is jumping on all of these things and purposefully trying to cringe people out and piss them off. I think people are like, it's the Andrew Tate thing. Okay, maybe it's that. I don't know. I wouldn't want anyone to say I'm doing the Andrew Tate thing at all, ever. But just from what I've seen on YouTube's. But yeah, he's doing his thing, I'll call it. And I think he is just like trying to get over as a heel doing this stuff right now. Especially like responding to Meltzer. You know what you're doing. You're trying to get shows like me to talk about it and make fun of it. So who knows if he even believes what he's saying or if he's actually triggered by it to this extent. But it is funny. Revolution. So here's Drain Bamager saying Revolution is already available to order for $50 on Prime. So you can already order it. I suggest I'm going to check. I will look at my fucking Prime and tell you guys if it is in Prime Canada, and we'll figure that out all together. Okay. In the interim. Yeah, they have a it says right here. See, I'm a dummy because I like to react on the show. So I see shit, I bookmark, I look away. It's like a trailer. I see a good movie trailer, I watch like a few seconds of it, I go, okay, that looks good enough to where I'll fucking watch it. You know, or I go, this is kind of shit. And then a lot of time you watch the train wreck trailers a little more because you're like, okay, I like a good cringe. You guys know that. But anyways, so this answers my question. A multi-year agreement, AEW pay-per-views. Yeah, so multi-year, like what does that mean for later in the year WBD, Max, cheaper pay-per-views? That's weird. Canada and UK, that's awesome. Beginning with the Revolution this Sunday, March 9th. So I'll be using Amazon Prime there. There you go, guys. And let me know in the chat if you guys want me to stream. Well, because you guys are saying do what I want. Phil, do what you want. Okay. What I want to do is have either Sunday or Saturday to chill the fuck out, hang out with my wife and shit. So which one should I stream? I'll do Saturday or I'll do Sunday. You guys let me know wherever you're listening to this, and I'll watch Revolution with you guys. You know what I'm saying? Because we like to do those watch-alongs and shit. Anyways, though, beginning Prime Video will also stream Dynasty, Double or Nothing, All In, Forbidden Door, what? All Out, what? Wrestle Dream, what? Full Gear, what? World's End, yeah. Okay, sweet. So I'll let you guys know how it goes down on Prime, and I'll report. I'll report to you all, I guess. There's a trailer as well. I quote tweeted this. I was like, Drain Bamager will still illegally pirate it. I don't know. I was taking a shot, but I don't know. I was trying to be funny, guys. You know, you bait on Twitter. Logan Paul to John Cena. He says, dude, and I'm stealing Red Bar's impression, but it's the best one. Dude, these celebrity wrestlers come in and think they can just take the full-timers' goodwill. Like, bro, we're in here week in and week out working hard to build this company. And guys like John Cena think they can just not show up to work, bruh. Be a professional, dude. Just like the rest of us. Yee. It's my Logan Paul impression, strictly stolen from Red Bar Radio, but it's the best one. But yeah, he's doing good heel work. That's the way you do the heel shit. You get people over, or you like shit on someone in your company where there's a match down the line. You create intrigue. You don't like put your energy, fuck the Federation. I never even worked there. Is that Long Island enough? Where's Kingston from? Our last bit of AEW news. Jason G from the SAT tweets out, blood can't even get people to watch AEW for free on cable. Fuck out of here, Trevor. And then Drain Bamager's like, yeah, it's already ready to order. Ricochet goes, but I got Prime. It should be free. He might really be triggered by this. Okay, Ricochet, don't be a fucking crybaby. I wish I titled this show Ricochet Cringe. Because, like, dude, listen. If people thought that was okay, maybe he is just doing this for heat, because I'm going to explain this to you guys, okay? Outside of the wrestling bubble. When the same thing happened with UFC, to this fucking day, people complain about that you have to pay the extra premium on ESPN Plus for the pay-per-view. To this day, people, to this day, where's that fucking meme? Julia, we might need another, to this day, right? But they still complain about, oh, you have to pay the extra on ESPN Plus. That's like the main complaint about why I already pay for ESPN Plus. So this isn't just wrestling. If you get, and Ricochet's not saying, oh, IWC idiots, but you know, tribalists are just going to go to war and they're not going to actually understand even what they're going to war about. What Ricochet's making fun of here is AEW fans who have Prime and not the drink, the show. Okay. So the show service, the show. Is it a show? I don't know. The streaming service attached to your Amazon Prime, where I sure you order things, amenities and such for the house, gizmos and gadgets and what's its and who's its. But anyways, yeah, he's dissing AEW fans who have Prime and are like, what? I got to pay extra for a pay-per-view? Because I don't think Prime's done anything. I might be lying. They may have done like Ryzen or One Championship MMA pay-per-views, maybe, or it just streams on there for whoever has Prime. I forget. I don't remember. Because it streams on there after, like their pay-per-view. I believe it's Prime anyway. So I don't know if they've done pay-per-views before, but I'll say this. at least they're starting. They're using AEW as the launch pad, as the tester, and there's obviously enough. I'm sure, again, I give Amazon the same credit that I gave Netflix. Like, I'm sure they did the market research and there's enough crossover over there for Ricochet to just make fun of people. Now's the time to encourage people. But all they did was see like Ref MJ from MJ's tweets where he's like, what the fuck? People have to pay extra, and he's just mocking that. Like, that's what he's doing. But I digress anyways. That, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Here's the Revolution card. I guess we'll quickly look over it. Okada and Brody King, whatever. Let's see. The AEW World Tag Team Championship, the Hurt Syndicate against the Outrunners. That's a great match, but if they don't pull the trigger, so now Outrunners have to beat Hurt Syndicate or else their shit is just flamed out, like real quick. Orange Cassidy and Big Boom and Mark Briscoe versus, Johnny TV and all this shit. Listen, this shouldn't be on the fucking pay-per-view. I'm sorry. This isn't a fucking pay-per-view match. Put it on the pre-show. No, or like have it on this pay-per-view, but get rid of like 4 of these other matches. MJF versus Hangman Page. Okay, there's some heat there. I mean, it's just very rushed. Very rushed. Mercedes against Momo Watanabe for the TBS Championship. This should be on the go-home show. Like, this isn't a pay-per-view. Why? Because she stared at you after that one show? Fucking crazy, man. You have Ricochet Swerve. That's the one I'm most interested to see. Will Ospreay versus Fletcher. That'll be good, too. They're going to go overboard, though, because Ospreay will be leading it, so to speak. Fletcher's the heel, so he'll be calling shit, but they're going to go overboard, and they're friends, so they're going to try and do like what Sammy and KO did. But, I mean, this is the right match to get to, and it's in a steel cage. Okay, so let's see. We're going to grade them. Punk and Seth, is their cage match, does it cook better than Ospreay and Fletcher? And then the idea, too, with the cage, I like that they put it in a cage because you got to keep the Cow's family out. So makes sense. Konosuke Takeshita against Kenny Omega. Kenny, the god of everything. Tony God. Man. This match will be good. I'm not going to say they're going to go overboard. If like Kenny can do what he did with Gabe Kidd, it'll be a huge W. The Hollywood ending for Tony Storm and Mariah May. Who knows? The Mole was saying shit like, oh, you should see what they're going to do. Obviously, I think Tony Storm's going to win because she just won the belt. One of these two got to link it up with Monet eventually, no? Or does Monet not want to work with anybody here? But John Moxley takes on Cope for the title. They put the title on Cope. It's just that time. Yo, it's about that time to bring forth the rhythm and the rhyme. They better fucking put the belt on Cope and just banish Moxley from television. And I'm not fucking kidding either. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Round of applause here. AEW news. So BX Bane for 5 says, bro, it was fake. I've done that removal and it takes many sessions for it to go away. And at that, it just gets faded, not completely gone. In reference to MJF's tattoo. Yeah, it looks like a blob of shit. It looks like it's spread a bit, like he may have got a little sweaty and spread a bit. I don't know. I have a relative who owns a fucking tattoo shop, so I don't know what I know about anything, but yeah, I would just say that it looked like it could be one of those fake ones, and then he got it laser removed, but he might have also just airbrushed over it. And if it's a real tattoo, I'm not saying it's fake, but that's one of the worst tattoos I've ever seen, and you'd think he'd have gotten a better one. Like, you'd think he'd have called, it's fucking MJF, bro. You're rich. Get a hold of one of the famous tattoo artists on Instagram and shit. That's crazy if that was a real tattoo, but I think airbrushing it off might have always been in his plans too for when he went heel, or maybe he's just really doing that to get because he can't have the AEW fans going, he's our scumbag. Like, you can't have them cheering for you and you're supposed to be this evil heel. BX Bane as well says they wanted him to be a trainer, not a wrestler. Okay. Who are you talking about there? I must have missed it. Mona? Yeah. So we're going to do some Meltzy Seltzy. Okay. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do like a run-in show where I just like do my whole sickos for like 2 hours. You know what I mean? That's what I'm going to do on YouTube. We'll do a YouTube exclusive run-in stream where we just fucking blast sickos, okay? Because it's so much, you know, but there's so much Dave. Like, we need flutes and stuff like that. What else have we gotten to tonight, chat? We did AEW news. We did miscellaneous light news. We did TNA news, WWE news with Husey. I think that leaves us really only like one more thing to do, no? So guys, also, before we get into it, I want to see flutes in the chat because we're going to play flutes for the fucking greatest segment ever created on the internet. And you guys know what it's called. And you guys love it and you guys want to see it. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week, but we're not into it yet, okay? We have to get to it. And how do we get to it? Well, I'm going to check in with chat, and I'm also just going to tell you all, check me out on YouTube. There's like shit. We've had like over 500 people watching the show. If you're watching on X, then it's your first time. Consider joining me over on YouTube. I don't know if I'm going to stream on X all the time. I'm thinking about hosting some spaces, but if you're on X and you're like, shit, I like this show, or I fucking hate this, I want to leave a mean comment and dislike all his videos, go to my YouTube channel and just consider hanging out with us there. Then you can be in the chat. It's more prominent. YouTube.com/@prowrestletimes, YouTube.com/@prowrestleclips, Patreon.com. I do watch alongs and shit. And yeah, you consider becoming a member. It's like 99 cents. If you support what I do, whatever. If not, just hit the like, hit the dislike, leave a comment, all that YouTube shit. You already know. Dave Meltzer. Now, we have a few things. We have a couple things to EFAP, and that's why I want to get to this, okay? We might have 1 or 2 EFAPs. Yeah, we have 2. So I'm like, we better get to it. I'm sorry, the sickos. It's the least important thing in the IWC. To some of you, it's the most important, and that's why it'll be like a gift on Christmas. I will run in, you fools, and do a special sicko run-in. How about that, okay? YouTube exclusive, and we'll try to get all these ex-Twitter folks over there. And yeah, I knew you guys were going to run the likes up. I was just chilling with Husey. I'm not... you guys are split too. The poll in our chat over on the Clips channel, Saturday, Sunday for Revolution, you guys are split. It's like 50-50. I think most people just want the regular Saturday show. I might just do that. I'll run a poll on X. We'll run them everywhere. I'll do a post on YouTube, let everyone vote, and then I'll tally it up. But it was about 56% of y'all on the YouTube channel want me to just stick to Saturday. So far, that's what's in the lead. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, make sure your flutes are polished and polish them good because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Yes, we did it. Another one. Fucking dusty old Dave, my favorite. So here, just a quick refresher. I mean, we already watched this one on the show, but it's 14 seconds. Here's Dave phoning into his own show. We always like to remind ourselves with a throwback. So if you're new here, we chronicle Meltzer on this show. It's episodic, really, here at PWT. So like you can't miss any one of them. You know? No, I'm just kidding. But this is a throwback from like a few days ago. One of my all-time favorite clips.
I've seen people like rave about the match, and I mean, I thought the match was really good.
And whoever clipped it's a genius because they start on Alvarez's face. So you're like, it's very cinematic here, telling a story, very Federation style, right? You're like, what's gonna happen here? And then Dave's just like, I'm full. He sounds like he's at like a drive-through placing a fucking order.
I've seen people like rave about the match, and I mean, I thought the match was really good, but that, I mean, honest to God, like that killed it for me. It's like, okay, that's the ref sees him do.
Chat, next week, George is going to sit here and I'm going to phone into my own show. What the fuck is this idiot doing? So here, over on this side, we have Dirty Dutch Mantel, who reacts to and shout out him and James here, or I don't know if that's the same James Romero, rather, but make sure you're subscribed and check them out. And Storytime with Dutch Mantel. We'll share this tab here. And basically, he reacts to Meltzer crying about fucking Will Ospreay not getting Wrestler of the Year. And I just want to play a little bit of what Dutch has to say here, okay? And James.
On here, right? So, 2024 Wrestling Observer Awards have been voted by subscribers to the Wrestling Observer. I won't go, as I said, I won't go.
So he's reading excerpts here
through all the various dozens of categories. It's the one that really got me, and it wasn't who won, but it was Dave Meltzer's reaction to it, right? So, it was the top individual award was the Wrestler of the Year, and the Wrestler of the Year is the all-round. We're talking in-ring. We're talking on the microphone. We're talking carrying the company. We're talking the face of the company. We're talking the whole bit here. How much you drew, most, especially.
The whole shebang, brother. Just say it like that.
And Cody Rhodes won it handily. He got another 40% of the votes above second place, which was Will Ospreay, who, I think a lot of people might agree has had a phenomenal in-ring year. But once again, he wasn't the face of the company. He wasn't the champion. No one really draws in AEW.
Not to laugh, but come on. It's the truth. The truth is always funny.
Ratings or tickets. So, I mean, Cody's a head and shoulders winner, I guess. And obviously, Dave Meltzer's own paying subscribers who skew very heavily towards AEW also thought Cody Rhodes was the winner. But apparently, Dave Meltzer just couldn't deal with this, right? That Will Ospreay didn't win. So he said,
well, why do you mean he's the god of everything, James Romero?
On his own...
Someone call Brian.
Wrestling Observer Radio. I have a feeling that people will look back at these results, this is Cody Rhodes winning, not Will, in 50 years and say Will Ospreay was robbed.
The look on his face. Yeah, how the fuck was he robbed? How? In 50 years, we'll look back. How? Because in 50 years, we'll look back and see the fucking low attendance and people, you'll finally be gone, Dave. I mean, come on, I don't wish that or anything like that. Nobody did. But like, you'll be one day gone. You'll be like 1,000 years old if you were still to be alive by then in 50 years. It's funny, too, because isn't Dave like 70? Well, in 50 years, I've downloaded my mind into a consciousness, Brian. You should try it, too. I'm a sentient being. He'll be like in one of those jars, like in Futurama. His head will just be there, and he'll have a corded phone. And he'll be like, oh, yeah, I'm still giving Matt 7 stars in Tokyo Dome, Brian. Tony Khan. But look back and what? Like, if you look back and look at the data empirically, you would go, what? You'd be like, well, obviously it was this guy. In 50 years, when people like don't take what the fuck you're doing seriously anymore, Dave, because they already are starting not to, and they already don't largely, they're going to look at like the attendance and the house and all that. And that's how you sort of define what was cooking at the time. No, it's how you quantify things, right? I know people go, oh, well, Taylor Swift wasn't okay, you can say that, but this isn't music, right? But yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy from Dave Meltzer. I was shocked like him when I heard this. I was like, what? How? No, it would be the complete opposite. Like, let's say you gave Wrestler of the Year. In 50 years, they're going to look back and be like, what a bunch of idiots, They're going to be like, who the fuck were those guys voting that stupid shit? That's what's going to happen in 50 years, dude.
In 50, he didn't say 50.
50 years.
What
no
is
one's
he
going to give a
talking
shit
about?
in 50 minutes.
Hell no.
You don't even hand out plaques. Who could care less?
Okay, here's a guy, he's like 80 years old going, hey, let me get
yes. Thank you, Dutch.
see who won the Wrestler of the Year. It's 2024. Hey, Dave, you're right. And nobody's on he didn't really write that.
No, he said it. He said in 50 years'
Said it.
time, when we're just heads in jars, right? Like
what the fuck, dude?
Futurama, we're going to be looking back in 50 years and say, bastard, it was Will Ospreay who was Wrestler of the Year.
James, come on my fucking show, bro. What the fuck? We DM'd a little bit, but yeah, James is a good guy, man.
2024. And not Cody Rhodes, even though it was Cody.
I think something's wrong with Dave. I think Dave needs to be admitted to the nearest mental hospital. I really do.
Yeah.
Is it?
So yeah, just go and watch the rest of the clip. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but yeah, just I implore you, check out if you're not watching Story Time already. But that is just hilarious, man. Here, let me check in with chat. Here we got Arthur Jennings. Arthur Jennings is a new member. Thank you, Brian. We have a new member, Brian. Thank you so much, Arthur Jennings. So moving along. Dave Meltzer says Travis Scott reportedly injured Cody Rhodes during John Cena's heel turn at Elimination Chamber. Cody got hurt. I'm pretty sure actually it was Tony Khan. I mean Travis Scott that did it. I heard he had a busted eardrum and a black eye. So what I quote tweeted and said was, listen, what the truth is he has a black eye and got a fucking nasty beatdown. He's no more beat up than Liv Morgan was leaving the chamber, though. And yeah, Travis Scott laid a shot in. But then the lie is, well, he busted an eardrum. And oh my God, in my opinion, I just feel as though anything Meltzer hears from WWE is completely a lie. Any dirt sheet. They hear shit from WWE, they're fucking lying. They're purposely being told lies. My whole thing is and I said this on Chris Connor's show, when Cody Rhodes gets that slap back at fucking WrestleMania on Travis Scott, when he just cuffs him in the face, oh my God, that is going to be miraculous. And the crowd's going to erupt for that when he gets the lick back. But you know what they say?
Tony Khan.
So Dave won't admit that, you know? But anyways, moving along here. So we have a question for me. I have a question, young Phil. Is that Moron Alvarez now eligible for flutes? I have so many to give the blithering fool. I know they are reserved for that idiot Dave, but you are the one who rules the PWT universe, so I thought it would be polite to ask. And so here, I quantified it. For anyone new to the show, or if anyone doesn't know, Alvarez foolery is a part of Dave Meltzer dumb moment because he's a total wiener. So he gets a flute by proxy, okay? However, Brian officially gets a Brian, right? With the tongue out right here. He gets one of these.
Brian.
Okay? That's his own thing within the dumb moment. It's all very complex and scientific, I know. So just in case anybody wanted to know. We have another clip of Ray Phoenix getting his release. We're going to finish on that. We're going to come back to that, okay? In just a moment. So yeah, we got it open over there. Good to go. So Dave actually tweeted out something positive for once, and I quote tweeted this, and I was like, a Dave Meltzer smart moment of the week. Okay, he gets an E flute when he's smart, and when I just feel like playing one, because I love that. Very soothing. So Dave Meltzer says that Raw opening was something else. Punk's best interview since coming to WWE. Almost the best of his career, Brian. Followed by, a great pull apart with Rollins. Yeah, he said something positive for once. Just no bullshit, no backhanded shade. No, I always point out on this show how Dave will think he's putting something over or complimenting something, but he buries something else in order to accomplish that. He'll backhand Gunther he'll backhand Ospreay while trying to put something over. I've done there's myriad examples of this that you can hear if you go back and listen to my old shows and shit. I point it out all the time. And this, I was so pleasantly surprised with this, but yeah, it was something, man. That Raw was something else. So Dave Meltzer posted this, and you guys see in the title, Dave deletes, man. So he posted this bullshit, and everyone's like, why did he delete this? He never deletes shit when he lies, well, sometimes. I mean, he deleted that fucking post off his message board when it was a fake fucking fan-made WBD internal memo I got from a Fightful Discord. It was just some bullshit. But Dave Meltzer said this, dude, and he clearly thought this out and wrote it, then he deleted it, okay? So this guy, Wrestle G, says, do I read it like Ali G? My latest for NoDQ.com, where I theorized what our motivations were for John Cena turned both in and out of the ring 1-1. No. I hope you enjoy and would love to hear your thoughts. And he wrote, I guess this guy wrote about the turn for, and he works for No DQ, which anyone could get a fucking job working for No DQ. No offense, but at one point, like the helm of online IWC dirt sheetery, and now just fucking your pet dog could be a writer for No DQ. But anyways, Dave Meltzer responds and goes, the motivation is that Dwayne wanted Cody, legit. And I know this as a fact because a mutual friend last week mentioned the politics, as Levesque absolutely thought it was a terrible idea. Dave says he knows as fact. And this is why he deleted this shit. Because ain't nobody told him this. The motivation is that Dwayne, and why can't he just call him Rock? You don't know him. Dwayne wanted Cody, legit, and I know this as a fact because, okay, what the motivations were for John Cena. So he's literally saying that Dwayne, The Rock Johnson, legit wanted Cody Rhodes, and this wasn't the plan the whole time? Because Triple H is like, no, don't do that. Really? Dave.
Liar!
And bro, you
Liar!
lying, bro.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
My guy's lying over here, dude. Levesque, and just call him HHH. It saves you characters. I guess you got a blue check mark, but it saves you character too, because you just look like an asshole. As Levesque absolutely thought it was a terrible idea, but in a fight with Dwayne, with Nick as arbiter, he loses every time. So he's trying to paint a narrative. He believes in the kayfabe story. Do you guys not get this? And we talked about this before. Meltzer was all triggered. Oh, he called Michael Cole, called Penta the greatest lucha of all time. I mean, that's just that's preposterous, Brian. Tony God. And he's fucking crying about kayfabe. Like, we know, dude, Michael Cole's just kayfabing. He's the best lucha. Like, we know he's not actually considered one of the best, dude. It's like Andre the Giant stood on a milk crate. We all know this shit. You know what I mean? And then when it comes to this, though, he's believing the kayfabe that there's actually a rift between the powers that be in The Rock and the TKO shareholders that he represents, and Triple H, and Aldis and Pierce, they're the boots on the ground operating day to day, and there's really turmoil and a fight between them. It's almost like his vernacular. He's trying to paint that fucking narrative that doesn't actually exist. And in a fight with Dwayne, with Nick as arbiter, he loses every time. So Nick Khan's going to pick The Rock every time. Why? He's also friends with Triple H, doing business with him. So he says, however, several convinced Cody to simply refuse. So art was a lot like life this time. So people convinced Cody Rhodes to refuse joining The Rock, and what? He fucking went into business for himself, like last year when Cody Rhodes pointed at the sign or whatever. Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know if I believe that, Dave. I don't know if I fucking believe that. So, yeah, he just believes in the kayfabe aspect of this whole story. I'm just reading over this and I'm like, dude, this is I'm trying to rack my brain around it, Brian. Dwayne wouldn't go after Cody politically, so he let it go. So he'll go at Triple H, but he won't go at Cody Rhodes politically. Make that shit make sense. Cena was the second choice, and Cena was fine with it. Punk was never asked. So Punk was never asked, okay, did he bring up the Punk thing? Cena was the second choice and was fine with it. So this was a plan. Cena's just, yeah, sure, just last minute, let's just throw this together. And for sure, man, yeah, I'm the second choice. I'm like he's trying to paint it out like it was the Bash at the Beach. Oh, well, if it wasn't Hogan, it was going to be Sting. Cena's listening to this right now because he follows me on X. And
Are you sure about that?
Like, it's such bullshit, man. There's no fucking way this guy's serious. And it's just insane he gets away with this. And he deleted this tweet because all of this is 100% lies. Cena was the second choice, and Cena was fine with it. So Cena wasn't on CVV talking about the natural place Cena would go is be heel. They're not swerving and doing the best creative. This was just an accident again. Oh, to fool me once, Brian. And he deleted this shit like a clown. Because, yeah, what else are you going to say? Here's Meltzer said what responding. And, Dynamite Dave deleting his latest Dwayne tweet. Why would he do that? You already know the answer to that question. And, yeah, this guy's like bullshit, responding to Meltzer. Said what? Dave Meltzer responds to this. When is this from? 2019. I just don't understand why WWE had to be so vague and deceitful about his condition. I don't understand what was the secret. He's a public figure in WWE, a publicly traded company. We need to know the severity of his leukemia. Talking about Roman. And then Dave's like, you already know the answer to that question. He deleted that one too. Speculating on his fucking leukemia. What a piece. Because what are you implying? It was fake, Dave? God damn, man. What a piece of shit. This is why I do this. You're obsessed with Dave, okay? Okay? It's funny. I roast his ass. This guy's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. Fuck it. You just discovering hating? Oh, you're new to hating on YouTube? Blame yourself. No. So, yeah, that's just very gross. I actually, here off screen, I'm going to pull something up too. I had somebody DM me breaking down Dave's tweet, and this is someone prominent here. I'm not going to say who the fuck it is, and this isn't like, this isn't like a wrestler or anything. This is just someone who, would just prefer not to fucking, you know what I mean? Would just prefer not to attach it all, but I just want to read what the fuck they said. You know what I mean? Someone with a lot of followers. They break down Dave's thing and they message me and go, they break down Dave's tweet and they're like, here, I'm going to read this from the top. He goes, I got to break this down line by line. One, here, oh, no, okay. He goes, one, Dwayne wanted Cody, legit. May or may not be true, but wanted or pitched an idea versus demanding are very different things. Exactly. So Dave's trying to paint this fucking narrative that it's some power struggle. Two, I know this as a fact because a mutual friend said. God, yeah, I'm not trying to dirt you, and this isn't news or anything. It's just this is someone roasting Meltzer who's very legit, and I just don't want to say it, but they go, that is in fact not a fact, you fucking clown. That is secondhand hearsay by someone with a motive to even tell you that, regardless of true or not. The politics, because Hunter thought it was a terrible idea. This is called the creative process, you goof. So responding to Meltzer, yeah. If Triple H says that's a horseshit idea, don't do that. That's part of every creative. Dave doesn't know because he writes shit unfiltered, no one to push back. Even Brian barely pushes back, and he just writes this shit. No one's there to check him and be like, no, bro, this doesn't work. This isn't, you need to use punctuation. You don't even know how to use capital letters. You fucking suck at writing. No one's even there to do that with that guy. So it doesn't matter. Someone's like, oh, he wrote 80 million words. That doesn't matter if you're a shit writer, right? If I suck at painting, but I make 4,000 finger paintings and they all suck ass and it's at a grade 2 level, that, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean I'm the shit. Oh, so Taylor Swift's the best singer because she sells the most shit? Yeah, if you want to quantify what makes the best singer, yes. It's who sells the most fucking records. It's who transcends pop culture and shit. Yes, that's how you do that. Okay, sorry. So it's the same thing with wrestling. Who sells the most tickets? Who's popping? Whatever. And the creative process, it's no, if someone says something's a bad idea, that's not a negative thing. But Dave doesn't know that because he's used to him and Tony. How dare you say my ideas are bad? They're not bad. They're great. Time cop. So, yeah, he's like, you'd understand, you bounce ideas and go through various what ifs. So then Dave says, but in a fight with Dwayne and Nick as arbiter, Hunter loses every time. And this guy goes, first of all, who said fight? These are creative pitches. What evidence do you have that Rock can pitch absolutely anything and Nick will agree every time and overrule your head booker who is there every day doing this? That Nick Khan spends so much time with. So Dave goes, several convinced Cody simply refused. So art was a lot like life this time. Fuck, Dave sucks at writing. Sorry. But this guy goes, this would imply that Rock pitched the super top secret idea to Cody, thus circumventing Hunter. And then Cody went and babbled it to a bunch of people who convinced him to refuse, implying he would have gone along with it otherwise. Exactly. So, Dave, you're calling people stooges who aren't. You're the fucking stooge. So Dave says Dwayne wouldn't go after Cody politically, so he let it go. And then this guy says, once again, who said this was a fight versus a creative pitch? Even if true, why is Dave defaulting to some WCW Hogan politicking conspiracy right away? And a second ago, Dave said Rock would beat Hunter every time. So why would Rock be scared of Cody? Exactly. If he was willing to politically stomp out Hunter. Just Dave is he's inconsistent with his bullshit. That's why he doesn't have a cult. That's why his viewership is falling off for his readers and everything. And he's got to do a fire sale, charge everyone extra money because his bullshit is not consistent enough for motherfuckers like me in the PWT universe. Anyways, this guy goes, so again, we were talking about creative pitches and what if discussion versus this political backstabbing and conspiracies. And again, this super top secret angle that nobody knew about before it happened. Now you're framing as the open secret people were discussing and advising others on. The fact he legitimately believes he has a source who gave him a blow-by-blow of all these different powerhouses mentality is truly delusional, even for Dynamite Dave Meltzer. So there you go. Go through your Twitter, find who calls him Dynamite Dave a lot, and might answer a question for you there who's saying that. But yeah, just great DMs I get. Raj Giri says, the great DMs. Raj Giri says that will hurt NXT audience as well. So Meltzer, who's got me blocked, says, due to Trump's speech, CW is preempting NXT tonight in New York and Chicago. The show is scheduled to air in those markets on Wednesday, head-to-head with AEW. So that should hurt the AEW TV audience. And then, yeah, they're like, it'll hurt NXT as well. So is Dave trying to be a smartass saying that NXT, is he being a smartass saying, so when Dynamite does the same rating it does, 600,000, it like NXT has no bearing, or is he being legit for once and saying, yeah, it might actually hurt their rating? I can't tell. I think he's trying to be a cute little smart guy. He's a smart guy. Do. But I don't know if that's what he's doing, if he's just being like a little coy, I'm cute, I'm gonna put my little or whatever, but it'll also hurt NXT's viewership. I guess Raj is pointing out, okay, they duke it out all the time. I just fucking bookmark them all. So Dave, pardon me, Alfred Kunawa, friend of the show, Forbes writer at This Is Nasty on X, stand-up comedian extraordinaire, friend of the show. Pal, old buddy of mine, Alfred Konowa, says Dave Meltzer is tragically he said this on K100, by the way. So we had Husey on earlier. Make sure you guys go and check out K100. They got lots of shit coming out soon. You guys will hear extensions of what we're talking about here if you guys were mad at Husey and thought he was just lying and making shit up. It's just shitty over here. That's going to be on their show anyways. You know what I'm saying? So just go check it out. Dave Meltzer is a tragically hilarious character. To me, he's the funniest man in wrestling because he takes himself so seriously to the point of no self-awareness. He responds to every troll's tweet because he's insecure and has to prove himself to strangers. Boom. That is crazy. Oh, look at us, 226 watching live on X. That's pretty fucking crazy, man. So to end this Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week, let's head over to their channel, F4W Online. And let's check out Dave Meltzer talking about Rey Fenix finally getting his release. Again, I have not listened to this, and I would love to hear his thoughts on this. Does he, again, as I point out, is he going to backhand people while trying to put other people over? That's my favorite part of Dave. So we'll head over here, and yeah, let's listen to Brian and Dave talk about Rey Fenix finally being free. I've been waiting so long to hear his thoughts on this.
Check out this video. Don't forget.
No, we
the
don't.
past 3 weeks. Well, for about the past 3 weeks now, at least once a week, I was.
Oh, before we get into this, I'm checking with chat. Northern DC for 20 says, for the work you put in, it's appreciated by all of us in here. Dude, thank you so much.
Come on now, Eric.
Appreciate that a lot. Yeah, dude, I love seeing you in chat like every fucking show I do, Northern DC. You're always there. Doesn't matter the time or the place. What's that song? I was going to sing you a song. I was going to serenade you. What is that shit? Kim Possible. If you just call my name, Kim Possible. I was gonna say that, but I fucked it up. Doesn't matter. Northern DC, thank you so much. And yes, I'm gonna do a run-in with the sickos, the longest sicko segment ever. Okay, I'll do that shit one of these days, Thursday or Friday or Saturday or something. Okay, I promise. Sunday, I don't know. We got to figure. I might stream on Sunday too. Anyways, you guys want to hear Dusty Dave? Thank you, Northern DC. Brady Mack says, so since we know now Dave uses a landline phone, who does he talk to on a three-way call? Well, one of them's for surely Tony Khan. You know that.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
And then one of them's for surely me, bruv. I hang up, pick it up again, hang it up, pick it up, hang it up, pick it up again. No, we're going to get Joey Numbers back on the show, too, right away. We're talking chat. Okay, thank you so much. Let us get into this whole thing.
I was told I think Phoenix got his release today, and then turned out he didn't. But then today, it looks like he actually did. He's off the roster page. It appears that he is on his...
So listen to what this idiot Brian says. See, I can't even make it through these videos because he's got to fuck around and make me... So Brian's on some fucking, well, I said he was released. Turns out he wasn't, but then turns out he is. So he was then. You fucking idiot.
Wait.
Oh, man, this shit pops me so hard. Oh, well, turns out he wasn't, but then actually he is.
Stupid idiot.
Holy fuck, man.
Imminently to WWE.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a continuation of the story with Ricky Starks, Miro, and Malachi Black or Aleister Black or Tommy End, whatever name you want to use. And there's
Tommy
two ways
End
of looking at it. I mean, like between the four guys, AEW, by releasing them, it's a significant amount of money. I mean, between the four guys, you're probably talking about $3 million to $4 million a year, in cost for guys that you're not using. So, I mean, it kind of from an economic status makes no sense to do it. On the flip side, it certainly encourages WWE to interfere, to call people up and say, just try to get out of your contract.
It encourages them to interfere with people. Meltzer. God damn.
Shut up, bitch.
Why does he gotta do this? Oh yeah, they might just start tampering with contracts again. It's a whole legal thing. God damn it, man. He's so brain rotted.
Correct. And then there's a way to do it because you just go, hey, I want to give my notice. I want to leave, and I'm not going to do business. So you say that, and then it's kind of like, okay, I'm not going to use you, but I'm not going to release you. So it kind of is one of those weird things. So it's a tough situation for AEW to be in. I mean, I get both sides, but very much encourages WWE trying to get guys to break their contract.
How does it encourage them to do that? So it gets messy and ugly, and then he freezes them for a year to break the contract. When did Phoenix break his contract? Do you hear a fucking stupid and much of a lie? Like, this is insane. What he's saying is actually
stupid
insane.
Idiot.
Okay, and I know Tony Khan's like, oh, this is great. Thank you for the narrative. Okay, but listen, dude, who broke their contract? Ricky didn't break it. No one broke their contracts, Dave. You're literally saying shit that's just not true, and then idiots go and repeat it. Like someone in the chat just said, I listen to so much PWT, I really think Tony Khan runs around like Time Cop. People listen to you, Dave, and they're going to run around just like they said the 30% with the NFL because other sports. Meanwhile, it's like, okay, but that's the NFL, and Max doesn't even consider AEW sport. It's the same with this, bro. You cannot fucking sit there and say what you're saying right now, dude. Oh, it'll encourage more people to break contracts. Who broke their deal? Nobody did. Tony wouldn't release them from their fucking deal. Ricky Starks didn't do anything wrong. He sat there frozen until he got his release. What the fuck is Dave talking about?
And before, it was a tough situation because he wasn't going to let guys break their contract. And now it's a different situation because they know he will. So it's, you know, I mean, that's how it's going to play. I mean, I've seen that for different companies over years. The only way you get any respect from WWE is threaten to sue. And that has happened, and that has kept people, you know, from this, that has backed them off.
Someone in chat's like, man, look at Dave. He's like jacked. Yeah. That's why, like, look at his fucking hair falling out because all the steroids. That's why his face looks like this right now.
At times with Sinclair and Ring of Honor, you know,
You can't be 70 still pumping yourself full of fucking roids, dude. Okay, fucks you up.
Not so much MLW, but MLW did sue over it. But I don't think, you know, again with MLW, it's like if guys want to go to WWE and they're in MLW, it's like they're gonna go. You know, I mean, it's, you know, they can wait out the contract or whatever, or MLW just let them go because it's like it's just a different world. But yeah, I mean, it's like there's two sides to the story, and
I just made this one up. There's two sides to every story. Well, three if you count my made up one, Brian.
I don't think this is better, but
there's the truth, the lie, and my story right in between. You know, there's their story, you know, Tony Khan's story, and then my story, Brian. Fucking guy.
For AEW and
for you know, I'm Tony Khan.
Long run, but on the flip side, it's like they are saving money. You know, so there is that. It was holding guys.
What was that face? Oh, well, you know, they're saving money. So, I mean, well, who cares about that? He's a fucking billionaire. No one cares about saving money over there. This isn't a business. If you haven't noticed, Tony Khan just, you know, hires whoever. Ask Will Ospreay, $8 million. Like he makes a face like that doesn't matter. Jesus, man. Dave. It's why your business is depleting.
Against their will. I would say that when we see a situation in reverse, or something like that, where a guy and with more and more guys under contract in WWE.
I'm in chat. He looks like a touchy uncle. Jesus Christ. Ray J's World says Dave wants Tony to sue WWE. Oh, he'd be so dumb if that happened, dude. Oh man, like if it's over, I just want to know what's in these contracts fully. Like we all know NDAs, but I want to know. I'm a nosy Nelly. I want to know some of that shit. You know, I'd love for some of that shit to come out, like Hogan style. How everyone can go look at his old WCW contract. I want that for one of these top guys, like a Mox or something. That'd be fucking hilarious.
You know, there's going to be guys that are unhappy with their lot and are going to want to go. Not that many, probably, because the money's good and everything like that. But there will always be people who just go, you know, like Ricochet, just as a perfect example. You know, it's like he left. He's far better off having left. I don't think anyone would argue that him signing with WWE instead of AEW would have not, you know, him signing with WWE in hindsight would have been a major mistake. So
not a major mistake, Dave. It just would have been like, no, it's not a major fucking mistake. Or maybe you could, and like it would have been a mistake, but a major mistake, you'd still be part of a hot ass company making tons of money and shit. But yeah, he's being used prominently and probably making a lot more than he would have gotten in WWE. So maybe, yeah, a major mistake, but still, it's just how Dave is so like, oh, this is would have been the huge. It's like, really, dude, like Ricochet would always be there in the fucking IC US title picture. You know, it's not like he'd be shitted all over, but he is being used really well, man. That's a guy that again, people shit on AEW. I try to put it over where I can. Ricochet's really impressed me. You know, the way like Penta went over to WWE and is impressing me as a solo. Now, not to that degree. Penta's like really blowing everyone away, but Ricochet is really impressing me with what he's doing differently since being in AEW. You know, that's proving everyone wrong, you know? Samantha Irvin, not so much. I don't know about that music girl, but I'll be just go ring announce an AEW, bro. People would love you.
But so there are going to be guys like that. And when the situation is the same, I do not anticipate WWE giving anyone a release, you know, or putting up with them saying that they won't do jobs on the way out, or, you know, I mean, it's not even.
Well, there's a whole bunch of things at play here. I mean,
there's a lot.
If you're saying, let's say that I work for AEW
Yes.
And
what is he saying about WWE not releasing people? They just released a bunch of people and like let their contracts run up and shit.
And I'm like, you know what? When my deal's up, I'm not staying. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
If I then say, and I will not do any jobs from here on out.
Well, he's gonna ice you.
Yeah, ice me and like don't release me. But in a situation like Phoenix, it's like they're not even using the guy. And the same with Ricky Starks. It was like Ricky Starks wasn't used for months and months and months and months. There have been people that have wanted to get out of AEW. Malachi obviously wanted to get out for a long time. And Andrade wanted to get.
Now they just confirm all this shit. Yeah. Oh, he wanted the fuck out of there. Isn't he an asshole?
Get out because his wife.
What did Malachi ever do unprofessional? What did Malachi ever do unprofessional, though? To where it's like, oh, yeah, he tried to break his contract. No, he worked it and told everyone to shut the fuck up about his contract and let him go to work. And then he worked until his contract ran out. So they're trying to make it like it's this bad thing when Malachi worked his contract out. Or did he just get released? He was willing to, even if they did just release him. It's craziness, man. It's crazy. Didn't Malachi work his shit out? Like, wasn't there a farewell match? Wasn't he hugging people and shit in the ring like that? No. Am I wrong about that, chat? You guys will let me know. But like Miro, okay, what did he do wrong? Oh, he didn't want to put Cassidy over, or fucking Dante Martin, or some fucking random guy. He didn't want to put Tony Nese over. Okay. Well, I'd sit at home too. So if I'm getting paid. So like, what the fuck's the deal, right? It's not like he was trying to get out of his deal, or he wanted out. Hey, can I get out of this deal? No, you signed a deal. Okay, I'm going home. I'm not doing your shit booking unless you come at me with something good. Okay, that's part of the contract Tony signed too, partner. So I don't know. They're acting like it's this, oh, they broke their deals. No, Tony released them, bro. Stop fucking making up these lies.
Andrade wanted to get out because his wife at the time was in the other company. And at least in those cases, they used him
just because his wife was in the company. No other reason.
Till the end. So, that's one thing. But if for whatever reason you're not using Phoenix, you're not using Ricky Starks, it's like, let him go. I mean, let him go.
WWE wouldn't, though. Well, they would.
But WWE would use
oh
them.
My God. What aboutism, Dave? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Dave goes, well, WWE wouldn't, though. And like, I guess we're talking about wrestlers going back from AEW to WWE, but WWE wouldn't release them. Dave, they just released a bunch of people. They just let their deals run up. A bunch of them, bro. And they use them all too. Like, here's the name. This is what Husey just said too. This fake story comes out. All the women are angry about WrestleMania. Who's not involved other than Zelina Vega, who just got repackaged and sent to SmackDown? Which women on the main roster aren't involved in WrestleMania in some way? I don't fucking get that at all, dude. Like, who would be upset? That doesn't even make sense. Right? Oh, Chelsea Green. Really? She doesn't seem upset at all. People are hurt right now, Dave. And all the dirt sheets, rather. We're talking all the sheets now lying about that shit. Because that's what that was. There was heat among the women in AEW. So here comes the fake story about WWE's women's locker room being in turmoil. Meanwhile, it's the other way around. They pulled that shit before. Here's the thing with this. WWE wouldn't, though. Okay, and so just because WWE does something bad, what should Tony start inviting girls on his plane too? You know what I mean? Like, do two wrongs make it right then? Dave, like, well, they wouldn't have done that, though. Okay, and like, this is why you're a fucking shill. Why does that even matter what they would do? Doesn't make it okay. And they don't do that anymore. We have Carmella complaining about, well, my contract ran up and I just guess my time's done with my job. And it's like, well, yeah, you haven't been able to be on TV. That's not even like a freezing situation. That's somebody they could have brought back to fucking TV or whatever. It's just so silly. Dave is just talking out of his ass here again. Well, doing a whataboutism. Well, what about WWE, Brian?
He Starks.
Yeah.
It's like, let him go. I mean, let him go.
WWE wouldn't, though. Well, they would.
But WWE would use them.
Not necessarily.
If they were a name, they're not going to ice a name. If Drew McIntyre says at the end of this year, I am leaving to go to AEW, they are not icing Drew from now until January. They're just not.
Exactly. John fucking Moxley. Oh, yeah, they would. The Brian. What about Moxley? He was literally cutting promos for WWE.com saying like, yeah, I'm going to gamble on myself and da-da-da-da. And then he did the vignettes and he fucking went to AEW Double or Nothing or whatever, or All In or whatever. He's like, I'm all in on myself. He even said that in like a backstage thing. He alluded to it. He was teasing it. Bro, Moxley's the fucking perfect example. They didn't sit on Moxley and they knew he was going to go to fucking AEW. Are you kidding me? AEW's this new company that's launching. He's letting his contract run up. Where else would he go? What would be the point? Just New Japan. They knew better. So Moxley, Dave's about to go, well, that's not true, Brian. It's absolutely true. That's what fucking, they wouldn't sit on Drew. Even Ricochet. They just had someone beat his ass. They wouldn't sit on Drew. They just have people, you just have to put people over. That's all.
They're not going to ice a name. If Drew McIntyre says at the end of this year, I am leaving to go to AEW, they are not icing Drew from now until January. They're just not. Have you grabbed?
Cheapers, man. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. With a little Brian sprinkled in. Brian. And ladies and gentlemen, that has been a 4-hour PWT live show. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the PWT universe. Goddamn. Make sure you join the Discord. Come hang out with us. Absolutely, man. There was over 500 watching tonight. So I'm going to go live on X here and again. I might not do it every time because I really want you guys to come to my YouTube and check it out. That's where it's popping. Okay. And get in the Discord, come talk with us if you like chat. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, hit the dislike, leave a comment, all that good shit. I love you all so much. If you're new here, again, I have a little pre and post show, so hang out if you want. But listen, I really had a fun time tonight. Thanks, Husey. Go and follow him at the Husey. Make sure you check out my channel, Phil Marks Out. When it drops right away, I'll be plugging it. Yeah, guys, patreon.com/prowrestletimes. If you want to become a member, again, hit like, all that shit. I plugged it so much tonight. You've all been great. Round of applause, air horns for the fucking PWT universe. And yeah, take care of each other, hug each other, be good to each other, drink lots of water. And until next time, I will see you in the Upside Down. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, we go live, folks. Every time. Make sure you check me out. Don't miss any time. Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays. And until next time, take care of each other. I see you all in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan. We have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time God. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, it would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!